All right, everyone. Welcome to the Sansar Challenger, the 15th FIBA 3x3 Challenger event of 2024 here in Mongolia. We'll be with you all day, September 7th and 8th, until we determine which teams will pick up a spot at the Abu Dhabi Masters, October 26th and 27th. My name is Boz Rosendahl, a.k.a. The Mountain. I'll be in your ear all day, hosting you as we go through all of the 10-minute sprints on out here at Ulaanbaatar Square in front of the Parliament building, as we're accustomed to out here in Ulaanbaatar. It is a crispy 27 degrees Celsius, so 81 Fahrenheit for those of you that go with that. Teams are going to be challenged because of the altitude out here in Ulaanbaatar. We're about 1.5 miles up from sea level, which means the oxygen levels are low. Some teams are not used to that. Again, the top three teams here will qualify to the Abu Dhabi Masters at the end of October as part of a 18 Masters FIBA 3x3 World Tour. That is just the World Tours. We have right around 22 challengers on the season as well. And also, the several zone cups. And, of course, the Paris Olympics, which I am sure y'all watch diligently, as you should. Speaking of diligently, let's do your homework. If you haven't done so, click the subscribe button below on YouTube and hit us up on socials at FIBA 3x3. And if you want to hit me up, it is at bas.rosendahl, ROZENDAAL. You can hit me up about the games and let me know if my pronunciations are right, because I usually struggle with those. Anyway, we'll be with you here all day. It's looking to cool down into the night, but I'm sure play is going to be heating up. We have already had some play. 2 qualifying draw pools are played right around noon local time here in Ulaanbaatar. We had the Selenge Bodons come out of qualifying draw Pool A with 2 wins to their tally. They even beat a feisty Marseille squad. And then Nishinomiya, epic Japanese squad, came out of a 3-way tie in Pool B. We'll see them featured in pool play later on. This is the second ever Sansar Challenger after last year's edition. That edition was won by Lausanne Sports, who aren't here, who beat San Juan in the finals. But I do believe it is time for game number 1. And it's your number 1 seed coming out first. Partizan Metaforce. A couple of disappointing finishes for them in their last 2 tournaments. They didn't make it out of the pool, playing very underwhelming 3x3 at the Masters in Lausanne. Then ran into the quarterfinals in Xiang'an, but lost there to put them in 6th. They are a very good squad. Out of 8 tournaments played, they have 4 top 3 finishes and a win at the Clermont-Ferrand Challenger. Will they pick up their winning ways? It is Dragon Bogdan Dragovic, joined by Stefan Milivojevic, Kundric, and Torbica finish out the squad. And there is your team, Partizan. And this is possibly the most dangerous team in the field here. Again, number 1 seed, Stefan Milivojevic, the Gladiator, can do it all, but they are going to face some young and hungry Germans. It is St. Pauli. They are very young. They are very, and let me emphasize this one more time, very athletic. They can dunk on anybody. Last time these 4 fellas played in Mongolia, they made it to the semifinals at the Ulaanbaatar Challenger. Let's see how Fabian Giesman dominates the paint. He's joined by Denzel Agyeman, Sidi Bekai May, and Miles Osei. And this is the youngest team in competition. Again, Giesman, Agyeman, and Sidi, as well as Miles, actually still performing at the youth level in FIBA as well. But they've had a season stepping into the pro leagues and into the senior competitions. Transition's going well so far. A Again, a 4th place at the Ulaanbaatar Challenger, 6th place at the Langfang Challenger as well. And your referees in this one, Kim Gain and Ruliov Alexander. And let's get 10 minutes sprinting out here in the Mongolian capital. I hope y'all ready. I know I am. And here we go. Dragovic shares it with Milivojevic. They start off with ball screen action. Torbica denies the screen, steps all the way back, but can't find the bottom of the net. Rebound picked up and floated in by Milivojevic. What a way to start the game. How do you get that in? That was from behind the backboard. Now he has to deal with Giesman, though. Giesman manhandled underneath the basket by Torbica. Foul called on the play. Ose, Miles on the move. Back to Giesman, looking to create some space. Good defense by Partizan, but better offense by the Germans. They tie the game at 1-1. Sidi, that first dunk, that'll set you straight. Dragovic on the move, attacking the rack, can't get it to go. Good screening action here by the Germans. It's Ose underneath the basket. And a deflection gets them to Wilson back, and there's Giesman underneath the basket. This is where he shines. A wild shot, though. He'll miss everything. He's going to have to deal with the physicality of Torbica all game long. This time he beats that physicality and gets St. Pauli a 2-1 lead. Dragovic. Dragovic on the move, easy layup. And the game's tied again at 2 apiece. Giesman, a wild fadeaway. Nothing there on that shot. So Giesman will take a seat, and Ajiman will step back on the court. Agiman actually hit some big shots this year. That was a, if anything, that was a notch to his game. His inability to shoot early on. He's been working on that shot, and he's been knocking down twos at a decent clip this year. Oh, there's the gladiator, Milivojevic. Offensive foul, grabbing onto the shirt. Milivojevic, again, stepped into the limelight last year on a Partizan squad that has seen some turnover on the roster. 2 of their players moving on to play for Liman, also active out here. Had to bring in some new faces. Skundrich being one of those. Giesman, he's not a new face. Big bucket for Giesman. That will count. Foul the boot, so a free throw coming up for the young German star. And this young man really making a name for himself out here in 3x3. And mind you, he was just active at the under 18 level just a year ago. Incredible to think about what he can be if he grows into his body even more. He's been able to dominate underneath the basket as well as shoot shots from the outside. These 4 St. Pauli fellas will represent Germany on the Under-23 World Cup that will be hosted here in Mongolia as well. But first things first, the Sansar Challenger. Good defense. And Partizan stuck in the mud a little bit here. Miles. Looking for Gizman again. Passes over shot. Torbica holding his ground. So possession back over to the Serbian squad. Skundric to Milivojevic. Almost loses the Wilson. Steps all the way back. Can't find the bottom of the net. Rebounds picked up by Skundric. Another miss. So Partizan unable to find a good offense early. This might help the Dragon. Long on that one. Skundric with the slick moves. Getting to the cup, 4-3. Felt like Partizan needed a bucket there after 3 misses in a row, but they got the offensive rebounds. Extra possessions matter so much in the game at 3x3. Again, this is a game where about 30 to 40 possessions happen every game, offensive possessions per team. Any extra you can get will help you greatly. Agyeman willing himself into a foul. So athletic and get to the cup at will. And that is going to get us to our first TV timeout. St. Pauli with a slim lead, 4-3 game. Not a lot of offense in this one so far, more defensively oriented. Haven't seen a lot of Gizman just yet. The man is averaging 9.1 points per game on the pro circuit this year. So let's see if they can get him cooking the rest of the game. I'm sure they're going to be looking for him. Again, he is matched up with Torbica, who is a physical presence. We'll get a free throw here first, though. Agyeman calmly knocks it down. A 2-point lead for St. Pauli as a result. Playing for a little bit over 3 minutes here on Ulaanbaatar Square. It's time to give some shout-outs. Our official sponsor, ball sponsor, Wilson. Schelve Basket, the NLEO Floors, of course. You see some of the local sponsors in the background. Coca-Cola. Also, if you want some cool 3x3 apparel, go to 3x3-shop.com. But anyway, back to the games. 5-4 on score. And almost found on the backboard cut, but couldn't get it going. Torbica is asking for a foul, saying he got held up there. But referees are having none of that. There's the Gladiator. Moved up to the number 4 spot in the world rankings as of late. Milivojevic really climbing the ranks here. Could be going up even higher with Jimmer Fredette at 3, who's injured right now. Gladiator averaging 5.7 points per game. Played in all 8 events that Partizan played on the pro circuit this year. 78 key assists for the guy. His pick and roll game is deadly. Oh, yeah. 30% from 2 for Milivojevic as well. Knack for hitting big shots. Partizan back to it. A little high post screen action. A hand back to the Dragon. The Dragon slashing to the cup. Bogdan Dragovic, longtime 3x3er. Known for hitting one of the most iconic shots in the history of 3x3. A heave at the end of the World Tour Finals in 2018. To win that World Tour Finals that year. Last second heave all the way from, well, almost from out of bounds. That was when he was still playing for Zemun. Anyway, Gizman dropping one off. But can't connect on the shot. Oh, beautiful pass. Torbica underneath the basket. But the Dragon threaded the needle on that one. 6-6 as a result. We are tied up and almost halfway through the game. Miles. Float game. And St. Pauli back in the lead. There's the Dragon. Dragovic. Another lay. Taking over the game here. Dragovic dealt with a lot of injuries over the years, but looking to be back with this Partizan squad this year. Now it's Miles again. They leave him wide open. Can't make him pay. Aguiman skies in for the board. No connection on the shot. And now a foul's called. That's foul number 5 on St. Pauli. St. Pauli, again, this year, 3 events on the pro circuit. Marseille, they didn't make it out of the pool there. But Langfang and Sukwatar, both challengers, they actually did well. 6th and 4th. Now let me remind you, a top 3. Oh, he smacked it off the backboard. Get out of here, Skundrich. Skundrich this time, secure. Avoids the long arms of Giesman. Now he has to deal with them in the post, though. Giesman, a quick pass. Sidi slashing and scoring, 9-8. Game's picking up some steam here. Dragovic, another easy layup for him. Pick and roll action's been working for the Serbs. Giesman looking to make his move. Wild shot for Giesman there. Sidi with the board. Forcing one up. Giesman then picks it back up and puts it in. The length of the Germans, making sure they get plenty of offensive rebounds. Skundrich gets it to Milivojevic. He's been quiet. Launches a wild shot. Tracks his own rebound down. This heave at the end of the shot clock will not go. So possession back over to St. Pauli. And again, these young fellas, plenty of expertise at the youth levels. Been playing 3x3 for a long, long time. Have dominated all the youth competitions. Now are making their move into the main leagues. Double as the German national team on an occasion, both in youth and senior competitions. And again, it's scary to think about what these fellas could be doing if they stick around and grow in his game at 3x3. So athletic, starting to pick up the shooting acumen that is so necessary in this game as well. 10-9. We got 3:45 left after that TV timeout. It's Aguiman lining one up. 11-10. And Torbica now. Ameli up. Shares it with the Dragon. Dragovic has been on one in this one. Getting to the cup at will. 11-11. He's been tough to stop for the Germans. Miles takes it himself, but leaves it at the front of the rim. He's going to have to want to have that one back. Now he has to deal with Torbica down there, the torpedo, as we like to call him. Up and off the glass. Aguiman, no space for a drive, gives it up to Sidi. Layups missed. That was a wide open layup. Would have counted as well. But we'll see Sidi Bekame step to the free throw stripe. Sidi splashes that one to tie the game at 12 with right around 3 minutes to go. So it is a tight one. And you can see hands on knees. That is because of the altitude. Again, I told you, oxygen is scarce in the Mongolian capital. We are at right around a mile high, maybe a little bit more. Oh, beautiful drawn up play. Giesman can't get to it. A foul after that as Skundrich puts in the bucket. 5th foul on St. Pauli. Actually, that was Torbica that finished the layup there. A beautiful drawn up play by Partizan to get a quick look after a score for Stefan Torbica. Free throw to boot, and that's down as well. So a 2-point lead for Partizan Metaforce, your number 1 seed out here. Again, St. Pauli seated a little bit lower. And an and one opportunity on the other end as well. So I'll give mine a chance to climb back into things. Actually, that's just a free throw. 14-12. Make that 14-13, but it's 2 free throws. Still an opportunity to tie. See, even I get mixed up sometimes. It happens. It happens. Don't judge me. Anyway, second free throw is missed. Still a 1-point lead for the Serbs. A great steal by Aguiman, who kept his poise. Has to get it out of the paint. Oh, good defense by the Serbs, getting their hands in there. Aguiman hustled to get that ball, but couldn't get it to a teammate. Had dribbled, so couldn't move anymore. Score stuck at 12. I believe it should be 13 for the Germans. That's what they're telling the referees right now. There we go. 14-13 it is. That free throw wasn't added to their tally. There's Milivojevic sharing it with the Dragon to the cup, and that has been tough to stop. 15-13 on that Dragovic drive. Then he gets a steal off of Gizman as well. Dragovic has his hands all over this game. Gets it back here. Dragovic on the move, kicks it out. Torbica wide open for a 2-ball. Can't get it to go. Rebound to Ose. Miles to Gizman. Gizman on the move. Oh, broken up and picked up by the Gladiator. And the Gladiator with an easy backdoor cut gets his team a 3-point lead. So with 2 minutes to go, it's looking like Partizan might be taking over the game. This could change it, though. Aguiman misses the shot. Miles can't track down the board. So the young Germans kept pace in this game for a long time, but looks like they're losing some steam right now. And this is the point in the game where, especially at an altitude, games are won or lost. Smart action like this is what will help, as well as Dragovic, who's been playing possessed. Turned the clock back right around 6 years. So again, 1:48. Both teams are at the bonus. So a foul, a defensive foul, will result in 2 free throws. It's Partizan with possession. They go with a high post play. Skundric gets it to Dragovic. A down screen, Milivojevic, another beautifully drawn up play, but overshot on the pass. Partizan putting on a 3x3 play clinic here. Beautiful play action, but unfortunately a miss on the pass there. So it's St. Pauli again. Miles to the rack all by himself. 16-14. Could the Germans come back to this one? It's only a 1-possession game. Skundric, herky-jerky move here from Skundric, gets it to Torbica. It's a very late shot in the shot clock, but he splashes it nonetheless. And a reset and a fresh 12 for the Germans, who's got their back to the ropes. A 4-point deficit for the young ones. They need some shots to go down. They need them to go down fast. Gizman, nuh-uh. Torbica secures the rebound. 60 ticks on the clock. Partizan looking to extend that lead. Skundric, big shot, but it rolls out. There's Gizman again. They're going to let him score underneath. Those one-pointers won't matter. There's not enough time on the clock. They need some shots from the outside and some stops. Dragovic turns around. 4 seconds on the shot clock. He's wide open. Misses the shot. The rebound out of bounds. Who's that out on? I believe that is going to be possession St. Pauli. They need a big shot right now. Germans need a 2-ball to go down, or at least a quick score, so they can climb back into this one. 35 ticks on the clock. Do they have the capability to get an open shot? Their plays haven't been as well crafted as the serves. They're going to need to get one out now. Dead ball situation, you can get real crisp action in 3x3. It's exactly what is going to happen right now. There's some stuff going on at the table here. So both teams get a free timeout as the scorer's table is trying to fix some stuff. Mongolia, the host of, again, 2 Challenger events this year, as well as a World Tour, first ever World Tour event, Ulaanbaatar Masters. The country's been very, very active in 3x3 over the years. They have so many teams grace the pro leagues. And again, wins in Asia Cup, almost managed to get to the Olympics. And I know that's a sore spot, but I felt for them. They played with 3. And I think they might have deserved a spot there, but they couldn't get it. But a very, very well-respected country in 3x3. Again, hosting the Under-23 World Cup here next week. And hosting the Seniors World Cup next year. That's going to be a blast for sure. But look, this Sansar Challenger is going to be a blast first. Technical issues are being worked out by the scorer's table. As you can see in the background, the big screen is glitching a little bit. That means they're restarting the program for the scores. So let's see how that goes. After that happens, of course, we will continue play right away. There we go. We see some scores back on the board. Pretty sure we can continue anytime now. This is called a 10-minute sprint. We're pausing halfway through the sprint here for a second. All righty. Right back to it. We go. 35 seconds for St. Pauli to try to come back into this one. It's Agyeman. And I think the scorer's table is still not working. 35 seconds left on the clock, even though we started with 35 seconds. So the issues are still being worked out here. And here we go. 30 seconds now left on the clock. This is not in the Germans' favor. Those 5 seconds did count. The referees called stop play because the clock wasn't working. And now those 5 seconds are off the clock. Here we go. Agyeman. 7 on the shot clock. Agyeman looking for Giesman underneath. He's attacking the Gladiator. Giesman hanging and hitting. 18-16. Partizan need a bucket. The Germans need a stop and a 2. To tie up the game. It's the Gladiator, Milivojevic, kicking it out to no one. Wild pass by the key assist leader for this squad. St. Pauli calls the timeout. They got 12.5 seconds, so a little over a full shot clock in 3x3 to get a 2-ball up and in. For them to be able to tie this game and force overtime against the number 1 seed. Mind you, St. Pauli, your number 10 seed out here in Ulaanbaatar. we go. 12.9 officially put on the clock. They go with Miles, Agyemang, and Griezmann. Who's going to get the shot? They set up Miles up top. Agyemang now, a screen from Griezmann. He denies the screen, pulls up for two, overshot, rebound grab by Partizan. 5 seconds on the clock, and they foul Milivojevic. That is going to be 2 free throws. The only way to stop the clock, though. Milivojevic calmly knocks it down, makes it a 2-possession game. And that, I think, will seal the deal here. And second free throw down as well. A 20-16 lead. Quick shot by Griezmann is blocked. 0.7 seconds on the clock, but the writing is, well, all over the wall. St. Pauli won't be able to do this anymore. It will be Partizan walking away with a win here. Griezmann gets one more look at things, and that will end our first 10-minute sprint in pool action from Sansar. The Sansar Challenger here in 2024 is off to a good start. Partizan, your number 1 seed, picking up a win. Big game from Bogdan Dragovic. And St. Pauli's looking to regroup because they're going to need a win to stay alive in the tournament here. Enjoy the highlights. So that will see us move on into Pool B action. It's Raudondvaris sporting a couple of Olympic bronze medal winners taking on Zavkhan SAINSCORE, your local squad here. Let's get you introduced to both teams.
Please welcome Team Raudondvaris.
It's the Lithuanians coming out first. They are your number 2 seed out here. And again, they bring 2 Olympic bronze medal winners. And this is the main weapon for the squad. Aurelius Pukelis, we call him the Lithuanian. He's joined by a name we haven't seen often this year, Paulius Belavic, who's has only played in one event for Raudondvaris this year, the Quebec Challenger. Vivaldis Jaugas, Ivo Knievel coming out. He's one of those 2 Olympians, as is Pukelis. And then flight mode, Modestas Kumpis. They come in with a 36 and 25 records, 9 events on the pro circuit. They won 2 of those, the Marseille Masters and the Orleans Challenger. 4 out of 9, they made a finals appearance, and all but one, they came in 5th or better. This squad has been on a roll this year. 33% from the outside. They left their 2 snipers at home, though. Vingelis and Ujup is not with the squad in this one. They're going to take on a feisty local squad. It's Zavkhan SAINSCORE. Zavkhan, they had a surprise run to 3rd at the Zhejiang Challenger to start the season. They haven't been able to repeat that success, but they have some electric scores on the squad. There goes your first Mongolian team in action in the main draw. It's Engsaikan Bayarsaikan, joined by Ulaanbaatar Engtaivan, Ulaanbaatar Nyamdorj, and Batbayar Narangarel, who looks like Beljung. Here's your referees. And the teams will get warmed up a little bit. So here we go. Can Zavkhan come through and shock this Lithuanian squad? We will see. We got about 10 minutes to go. It's Narangarel with the miss. Rebound picked up though by Nyamdorj. Nyamdorj, a feisty rebounder. He's bigger than his actual size. He's going to be the one contending with Jaugas mainly throughout the competition here. Interesting matchup. Jaugas a very physical player. I'm getting some info here. Very happy about that. Thank you, Nomi Batmuk. Batbayar is born in Mongolia, moved to Korea, and came back in Mongolia recently. So he has both a Mongolian and a Korean name. His Korean name is Beljung. And his Mongolian name is Batbayar Narangarel. So we're going to go with the Mongolian name because we're playing in Ulaanbaatar. Thank you for that info, though. It's Kumpis to Jaugas. Kumpis picks up the rebound. It's blocked. Jaugas is blocked again. Get that out of here. Narangarel with the fadeaway, no good. Rebound picked up by Jaugas. But it was Engtaivan with the double denial. Kumpis from distance now. Narangarel with the board. Gets it to Nyamdorj. He misses. But a foul called on Beljavic. And as you know, we don't go with individual fouls in 3x3. It is all team fouls. They run with the high post play. Engtaivan getting it to an electric score. And Bayarsaikan, but Bayarsaikan can't get the shot. Engtaivan now from distance. The lefty can't get it to go. Zavkhan still holding up a 1-point lead. There's Bayarsaikan again. Shot is missed. Kumpis to the rack. And Raudondvaris is finally on the board. Narangarel pulling up for 2. Pukelis to Jaugas, the two Olympians. Pukelis wide open for two. He can do that as well. The man is an inside-outside threat, scoring underneath the basket, but hitting 33% of his long-range shots as well. Engtavan almost lost it. Gets it to Bayarsakhan, a launch shot. Nuh-uh. Bayarsakhan playing in those 11s. I like those. Anyways, let's get off the shoe game, get back on the court. Pukelis chases the board, throws it up in the air, and somehow gets it to his teammates. That is real team chemistry. Pukelis to Kumpis to Jaugas. Playing a tip drill. Bayarsakhan speeding to the rack. Zavkhan a 1-point lead. Quick answer for the Lithuanians, though. Again, Raudondvaris, one of the hottest squads in all 3x3. Bayarsakhan with the moves. Great pass, and Yamdorj underneath can't finish. Bayarsakhan picks up the rebound. There's Engtavan again. The lefty stroke is broke. And there is Pukelis. Foul on the floor. Bucket was missed anyways. An interesting contrast to styles here as the Lithuanians left their shooters at home. Biljovic is going to have to pick up some of the slack in that regard, but Vingelis and Užupis are usually the main outside shooting threats for the squad. Here's Biljovic with the pass inside to the Lithuanian. Oh, stripped. Great hands. Slip past Yamdorj. Looking for space against the big Lithuanian, and he spins up and around him. Ulaanbaatar Yamdorj, I told you, he plays bigger than his size. I like his style. But again, they are dealing with a lethal weapon down there, 4-4, as Pukelis feasting in the paint. And our first TV timeout is upon us. The game has been electric so far. 4-4 is the score. 4 fouls on Zavkhan to 2 for Raudondvaris. It's been clear where both teams' strengths lie, but look at this. Yamdorj attacking the way, way bigger Pukelis. Pukelis giving a little bit back, though. So here we go. Zavkhan, a squad that has made it tough on a lot of opponents this year, but just haven't really been able to break through, except at that Zhejiang Challenger early on in the year when they picked up a 3rd-place finish. Yamdorj, again, super physical underneath the basket. Biljovic has to expend another foul. Ulaanbaatar Yamdorj on the strike. You can redo that one. Too quick of an entry into the paint for one of the rebounders. So Yamdorj with the retry. And that will drop a 1-point lead for Zavkhan SAINSCORE as a result. There's Pukelis on the move. He's held up by Engtavan. Smart foul. Engtavan, a long-time 3x3, who's been in the game for as long as I can remember. I think I played against him way back when. And Jaugas is blocked by Yamdorj again. Mongolians have been very active underneath the basket. Good hands for them. And Pukelis lines up another 2, is missed. Kumpis puts it up and gets the bump to go as well. So Raudondvaris tied the game. A free throw coming up for your Marseille Masters MVP, Modestas Kumpis. Short on the free throw, so the score will remain tied. There's a quick pass in Yamdorj. Pretty play, but no lay. Pukelis, again, he's been shooting from the outside. Don't give him too many of those. The man's hitting 33% of his outside shots. And then a travel called on Rangarel. They give Pukelis another look. Beljavic this time. Rebounding has been on the Lithuanian side. Raudondvaris picking up a lot of extra possession through offensive rebounds, and then Jaugas hanging and hitting. How did he get that up and over Engtaivan? Oh, Bajarsaikon is super quick. Can't shake Jaugas though. Rangarel, 2 seconds on the shot clock, forces up a 2. Possession back over to Pukelis, who just keeps shooting. Bajarsaikon by himself loses every one. Engtaivan up and in. 8-6 game, one possession only. A low-scoring affair, this one. Jaugas, easy pass, easy finish underneath. Zavkhan can't play as physical anymore. They are at the bonus. Next defensive foul will result in 2 free throws. There's Engtaivan attacking Jaugas. What a take. Right back to Jaugas, though, they go. You can see Bajarsaikon's being singled out. He is slightly challenged on the vertical end, meaning he's not that tall. So they are attacking him. But you know what? Pukelis is attacking everyone in the paint. So it doesn't even matter. 11-7.
2 timeouts.
So second TV timeout. Raudondvaris have taken a little bit of distance in this one on the back of physical play underneath the basket and also a splash ball by Pukelis. But look at this. Quick pass into Jaugas, easy finishes, and then this type of beast mode. Bully ball buckets underneath the basket. Pukelis so tough to guard. So can Sansar of Zavkhan climb back into this? They go to Bajarsaikon. A quick look. Splash is no good. They're going to need some outside shooting if they want to get back into this. Engtaivan, another righty hook. No good this time. It's back to Jaugas. Almost at the 3-minute mark here. And Yamdorj with the finish. 11-8. Fight mode, a wild shot, sideways stepping into that 2-ball. They do get an offensive rebound. Again, you can see the space on the court is becoming a lot smaller as the 2 main shooting weapons for this Raudondvaris Hoptrans squad are not playing in this one. Pukelis, the lone really good shooter left on the squad, and that is no disrespect to any of the other guys, but their percentages are just a little bit lower than Vingelis, Ujupis, and Pukelis.
Timeouts.
.228 on the clock, a 4-point lead for the Lithuanians. Zavkhan trying to eat into that. by our Saikon. Namdor just wide open underneath the basket. Beautiful screening action. 12-9. Zavkhan is going to need some stops, though, if they want to do this. Beljavic hesitates. Misses the shot of fouls. Called on the rebound. I believe that's on Zavkhan, so there will be 2 free throws going to Aurelius Bukelis. And Bukelis calmly knocks in the first. The big man splashes both, 14-9, showing off his good touch again. And Angadel showing off some good touch of his own, 14-11. Jauga's now blocked by Namdorj. A quick triggered Namdorj, oh, in and out. That was so close, 14-11. Crowd's getting into this. Jauga's spinning and winning underneath the basket. Again, splash ball, Zavkhan, 2 in a row for Bayar Narangarel. Jauga's wide open. Can he answer? Yes, he can. A 2-ball down for the Lithuanians. Narangarel looking for space again. Nothing to be found. Hank Saikon to the rack, 1 on the shot clock, doesn't matter, it's up and in, 17-14. A minute left on the clock. The local team looking at a 3-point disadvantage here. Kumpis, ooh, pretty play fading away. Narangarel quick passing and Namdorj easy layup, but ones won't do it anymore for Zavkhan SAINSCORE. They're gonna need some stops, they're gonna need some twos. Kumpis by himself to the rack. Rebounds picked up by Bukelis. He is held up. This is where the size for Raudondvaris Hoptrans is really starting to count. Aurelius Bukelis with a key offensive rebound. Gets 2 free throws out of it. So with 35 on the clock and 2 free throws for Raudondvaris, this might be too little too late for Zavkhan SAINSCORE. They're going to hope for some misses. They're going to have to get up some quick shots. I'd say Narangarel is your best shot here, as Bayar Sakan's scope's been a little bit off. Narangarel's been able to knock in a few. He's the MVP of the Ulaanbaatar Super Quest way back in March. And there's that miss you were hoping for. So it will remain a 2-possession game. Even with this make, 2 twos would tie the game up. Narangarel, a quick shot. He's fouled on the play. So instead of a 2 the old-fashioned way, he's going to get 2 opportunities from the stripe. They're going to need both of these for sure. First one's down. Second one's a miss. They get the rebound. Namdorj attacking Jaugas, creating space, gets it to go down. 25 ticks. It's a 1-possession game. 19-17. Beljavic. Veliavicius with the hesitation, leans into a pass, and it's a shot clock violation. Zavkhan got the stop they wanted. Now they need a 2-ball. They got 12 seconds to do that. Narangano, this is the shot they wanted. The shot they go. 19-19. 5 on the clock. Veliavicius is stuck. They get it to Puketas. Puketas up and in, and at the buzzer, Raudondvaris shot Zavkhan, who got it to a tie game, but it is the Lithuanian finishing things up with an easy bucket underneath. Uh-oh. They're looking at the clock to see if this was before or after the time was done. Referees are looking at this one. Yep, the score counts, 20-19 win for Raudondvaris. In spectacular fashion, Zavkhan got so close, but in the end didn't get the stop on the final possession. Your number 2 seed, Raudondvaris Hoptrans, takes their first win in Pool B play. Y'all enjoy the highlights. And we move right into Pool C action. It's Liman taking on Selenge Bodons. Selenge Bodons came out the qualifying draw and picked up 2 wins over both Marseille and Bayangkarahan. Apologies. It's been Mongolia who led the squad, scoring a total of 19 points in that qualifying draw. He's joined by Yusuf Mohammed, Batsobu Borgil, and Altansag Bazarsgur. This is your squad. Mohammed's going to provide some of the rebounding, but again, take a look out for Mongolia Purevseren. The fella has been on a heater. In a 21-16 win over Marseille, he knocked down 3 twos on his way to 11 points. Liman are playing with 3. Or at least have 3 guys on the court. It's Aleksa Stojanovic, Marko Stefanovic, aka Stretch, and Andrea Milutinovic. So no Chef Koya this time. They are your 3rd seed out here. Stretch to Milutinovic with the spike. Great way to start the game. And Stretch sharing it with Milutinovic. Again, back up to Stretch. Liman out here just having fun. Oh, they're not playing with three. I apologize. I didn't see Mihailo Vasic, skipping on the court after that start. A 2-zip lead for the Serbs with 2 dunks to start this game. No bucket on that one for Selenge. Vasic underneath. The Manimal can't connect, but gets his own rebound. It's up and in. 3-zip Liman. Foul called on the play. But Selenge, I need some help with the pronunciation of that team, but it's all right. After winning 2 games in the qualifying draw, now they get matched up with a squad that is more physical and more active. Stojanovic almost splashed that one. Mohamed with the rebound. Looking to attack Stefanovic. He steps back. 2 ball down for Yusuf Mohamed. Toes on the line from Mohamed on that one. He's holding on to his ankle as well. Limping a little bit, so let's hope he's okay. Slight injury for Mohamed there. He does remain on the court. It's Borgil racing down his own board. Borgil gets Selenge a lead at 4-3. Stretch trying from long distance. Nuh-uh. Serbs have the height. They are going to grab some rebounds. There is Milutinovic. No box out on the play. Borgil is looking like his shoulder might be messed up a little bit. Holding on to that right shoulder. So I'm getting some help again on my pronunciations. Selenge. Selenge? I don't know. Anyway. Purevseren blocked by Stretch. That's not the shot you want to take. Stefanovic got the longest arms in all of 3x3. The man can scratch his ankles without bending over. Backdoor play. Mohamed can't catch the lob. Stefanovic and Stojanovic staring at Wilson. It's broken up. Another 2-ball launch for Mohamed. He's putting the team on his back. 5-3 Selenge. Again, I'm trying with the pronunciations here, so my apologies for everyone listening from Mongolia if I'm messing this up. It's all good. I love your country. I've been plenty of times, and I hope to be there again in the future. Anyway, that's besides the point. There's Alexis Stojanovic, got blocked underneath. Purevseren got a hand on there. There is Vasic backwards past Milutinovic. Vasic with the board. Moving some people around there, but losing to Wilson. Borgil back out there. Layup missed and put up and in by Bazargur. They are leaving Milutinovic wide open to shoot. Milutinovic is not making them pay so far. They're playing a deep help side on Vasic. And Milutinovic just missing 2 balls left and right. Take a look back at Yusuf Mohammed splashing. Wild shot there. Way early in the shot clock. Sure that was forced just a little bit. There's Stojanovic. Both teams are missing. Selenge is up. Mohammed hanging but not hitting. And a no clear call. He's trying to tell the referees those Jordan 5s got outside of the 2-point arc. Referees don't seem to agree with him. Back to Liman, a high post play. They go with a beautiful pass inside the Vasic. 6-4. There's bodies on the floor now. So this Selenge team, Selenge Bodons, scrappy to start the game. Their 2-ball, not so scrappy. 6-4 for now. Liman, Milutinovic on his way to the rack, hangs in the air but can't hit. Mohammed with the rebound. They get it down to Bazargul. Bazargul with the fadey from the mid-range. We're 4 minutes into this one as Vasic, the manimal, gets a bucket inside, then a foul on the play. That's foul number 3 on Liman. I was going to say, looked like that was a foul on Liman, but they gave it to Selenge to start. Selenge Bodons, though, 2 surprising wins in the qualifying draw. Again, they played a Marseille squad with some French fellas who actually made a run at the Lausanne Masters into the semifinals. It's a scrappy play like this that's gotten them 2 wins, and they've continued to trend here. And again, if you've played a few games already on a day in 3x3, I'd say that's an advantage. It takes a mental adjustment to go from a warm-up to a game. And again, this is the 3rd game on the day for the Bodons. Oh, broken up. That was going to be a pretty play. Now it's Vasic on the move. Quick kick out. There's Milutinovic finally getting one to go from long range. 7-7. Andrea usually a good shooter. They've left him open. Mohammed, though, with the answer. 8-7. Back to the Serbs. Another 2-ball for Milutinovic. Just trying to cook the same dish as the Chef Koya usually does. That ball tapped off the rim. That will go as it is counted as an offensive goaltending. Curious to see when Purevseren is going to make some noise. The number 1. He was the squad's leading scorer as Yusuf Mohammed fading on the shot. Stretch with the answer, but Selenge up 1 point still. There's a 2-ball. Gonçalves Borgil. This would be an upset if ever. Foul on the floor. But Liman looking at a deficit. This is your number 3 seed going up against one of the lowest seeds in the tournament. 15th seed Selenge. And they're holding on to that 3-point lead. We're under halfway in the game. Stefanovic makes it a 1-possession game again. Borgil tries another one. There's Purevsuren. Purevsuren on the move. He's fouled on the play. I believe that is going to be a check ball. Foul was on the floor. So we'll reset with a fresh 12. There's Borgil. Moving furniture right away, spinning up and around Stojanovic. He faked him out harder than the moon landing. I'm kidding, y'all. The moon landing really happened. But that was more fakes than a catfish. 13-10. Milutinovic on the move. Liman struggling without Stefan Kojic, their leading scorer on the squad, and the MVP in so many tournaments this season. We haven't talked much about Liman, but they've had a great season so far. Maybe even considered a throwback season. They've gotten to the semifinals in 5 out of their last 7 tournaments. And in all 7 tournaments, they placed 5th or better. But look at the fake and the make by Borgil. He had him lost like no Google Maps. 13-10, a chance for Milutinovic to eat into that deficit, but the free throw is missed. Selenge Bodons. What are they doing? It's Mohamed now cooking. Fouled on the play. Vasic looks like he took a shot in the ribs. But Yusuf Mohamed, opportunity to get his team a bigger lead here. Mohamed playing in his first ever 3x3 event. Born in Seattle, United States of America. There's Vasic. Stretch, can't get the rebound to go in. A shot from the corner. Purevsuren is on the floor still. Slow to get up. It's 3-on-2. They get it to Milutinovic. But Milutinovic's scope is a little bit off. Stretch. Block! Take that back. No clear. There's Vasic. Getting the shot clock. Opts for a 2. It's up and in. The Manimal getting this team exactly what they need. Possible, no. Oh, another splash. Vasic on one, 14-13. Liman now back in the lead. There's Vasic again. Bump and a bucket. No call on the play, 15-13. So Liman now taking over the game. Can Selenge come back one more time? So no Chef Koya, but Vasic can do some cooking of his own. Kylo Vasic with the last 5 points for his squad, bringing them back from a 13-10 deficit to a 15-13 lead. The Olympian, two-time Olympian actually. Providing a spark for the 3rd seed out here in their first game in Pool C action. You know what provided a spark? That Butzelbu blocked shot. Milutinovic, a hand back. There's Stojanovic. Stojanovic on his way to the rack, up but not in. Mohamed with the board. Selenge needs some of his 2-point shooting. He's knocked down a few. Now he's on his way to the rack. Steps back from the midi. Stojanovic working behind the screen. Opted not to take the shot. Gives it up to Milutinovic. And again, when it matters most, the 2s start dropping. Mohamed chucks up a 2 off the glass. So you thought Selenge was out. They are right back into things. Mohammed will take a seat, though. That altitude will get to you. Must be tired by now, especially in his first 3x3 tournament stretch. Nuh-uh. Stojanovic with the board up and in. There's Purevseren, who's been very quiet. Again, this is the guy that did some work in the qualifying draw, knocking down 2 after 2 after 2, but we haven't seen much of him in this one. It's been Borgil and Mohammed mainly. There's Borgil losing to Wilson, floats it up somehow. Can't get it to go. Vasic looking at it too. Gets screening action with Stojanovic. And a foul called underneath on the rebound. And that is foul number 7 on the Mongolian squad. Means we're going to see the Manimal step to the stripe for 2 free looks at the basket, because we are in the bonus. 7 fouls means 2 free throws on each defensive foul. You can see the crowd. They got towels on their heads. That means it's warm. Trying to protect themselves from the sun. Vasic short on the first one. The Manimal will get a retry here. Carlo Vasic gets his team a 4-point lead with 1:36 to go. Mohammed with 2 hands. There's Milutinovic. This could end it, and it does. Andrea ends the game with a 21-16 victory for Liman. 1:20 left on the clock, so we didn't get to the full in this one. Your number 3 seed were down for a long stretch of the game against this feisty Selenge squad, but not enough offense down the stretch for the Mongolian side. And Liman, the Serbians, pick up a win. Y'all enjoy the highlights. You can hear the Mongolian throat singing of the Who, and that can only mean one thing. The main event is coming out. It is Team Ulaanbaatar. And they come out with Enkpa, Sok, and the Elgin Davasambu. This is your main event out here in the Mongolian capital. The best number 1 team in Mongolia. Playing without Steve Sir in this one. A big lineup with Orgonjergo Chokt and Davasambu. Curious to see how they will do. They are going to be taking on Nishinomiya Epic, who came out of qualifying draw B. Nishinomiya featuring 3 Japanese players and a Canadian player. Here's your referees, Kim Gain and Slobodan Novakovic. But Nishinomiya, let me get you introduced. Shosuke Uranishi, Tatsuki Kishikawa, Atsushi Ishiki, and Alex Mitrovic. Won a game against the Bayangol squad, the local team, Bayangol Broncos, then lost to Lublin Lotto, forcing a 3-way tie. They scored 1 point more than Lublin Lotto. Total, 1 point. So they are featured out here in Pool D action. Let's see how they fare against this against this well-rounded Ulaanbaatar squad. They missed the first layup. It's speed versus size in this one. They leave Zocht wide open. Mitrovic, again a Canadian player, has been active for a few years now at 3x3 at several levels. Played for teams Montreal and on Old Montreal in the past. Has taken the talents to Japan. Mitrovic looking to create some space. Mitrovic all the way to the rack, took the long way, but gets his team on the board. Missed shot, but Enkbot traces down his own rebound. There's Zocht again. A Gonger goal knocks it down, 4-1. Ulaanbaatar MMC Energy off to the races. Ulaanbaatar just outside of the top 10. There's an answer though. 4-3. Ulaanbaatar again just outside of the top 10 in the team rankings in FIBA 3x3 has had a decent season. Not a great season, I'd say, but decent enough. Their body of work, as the twos keep flying, their body of work, a third place finish at the Chang'an Challenger over a week ago. Qualifying them to the Amsterdam Masters. We'll see them eat some stroopwafels. A sixth place run to this sixth place at Sukwatar, fifth in Edmonton. They started off the season a bit slow, I have to say. At their home world tour, they didn't make it out of the pool. Chengdu as well. They barely got out of the pool in Utsunomiya, losing in the quarterfinals. And again, this is the squad that's won their first Masters tournament last year. And as you can see, they are very capable. 7-3 against this Nishinomiya squad. They are looking for answers here. 2 games down, but the offense is lacking just a little bit for the Japanese side. Oh, spin move by the Bull, but Wilson is lost. A quick take and make on the other end. So Nishinomiya sticking with it. Now they have to deal with this man, though. Delgerniam Davasabu missing an easy shot. Stopped by Ishiki. Ishiki gets it back now, kicks it out. There's Uranishi. Oh, the speed. quicker to the cup than anyone. Kishikawa, again with the speed. Uranishi is held up.
Timeouts.
High post action for Mitrovic now. Gets it to Ishiki, who lines one up. Mitrovic with the board. Gets blocked. Doogie. Teach me how to doogie. Ankbot behind the back. There's Doogie. A fresh splash ball. That's very much needed. As Nishinomiya sticking close. Forgot to mention, by the way, Ulaanbaatar winning a challenger this year, Zhejiang. That somehow didn't show up in my files. But thank you. And another big bucket, 11-6. So no Steve Stir, but enough shooting to get Ulaanbaatar a comfortable lead. Here, Mitrovic gets the cookies taken away from him by Davasambu. Ankbot on the move. Ankbot kicks it out. There's Doogie. 1 foot. Wow. All right. Well, Davasambu cleaning up the mess there. So the #1 team in Mongolia cruising so far against this Nishinomiya squad. 12-6. We're almost at the halfway mark. Nishinomiya showed some offense, but not a lot of defense here early. Ishiki forgets them and put in the layup. So we go back to the team in yellow. There's Ankbot. Driving slow like Paul Wall. Gets the layup to go down, 13-6. A quick drive then as an answer, but again, no layup made underneath. Japanese side struggling to match Ulaanbaatar's physicality then. Ankbot throws that away though. Mitrovic now from long range gets one to go down. Nishinomiya needed that bucket badly. An answer for Doogie. 14-8. Quick trigger 2 is missed by Kishikawa. Kick out, socked open. 2-ball missed. Davasambu now with the board. And there's Socked again, just walking into a layup. Again, Nishinomiya, all offense, just not a lot of defense in this one. We're 6 minutes in, and Ulaanbaatar just freely walking into layups, getting wide open shots like this one from Socked. And no box outs on Davasambu either, so I don't think we're going to get to the limit of this one. 16-8 as we've gotten to our second TV timeout.
TV timeouts.
So TV timeout, and the home side squad is doing work underneath the basket. You can see clearly Davasambu is having his way talked as well. And Nishinomiya having trouble matching the physicality of Ulaanbaatar MMC Energy. Layup. Gets it to 16-9. Ankbot, all the moves in the world, gets it to go down. So Ulaanbaatar doesn't stop. Good way to start the tournament here for them. Curious to see how far they can go in this one. High post action for Nishinomiya. Uh-oh. Quick move, but not a lot of freedom to shoot here. Off the glass. Nishi. Now they have to stop the bull who's slow stepping. But big bucketing. 18-10. Bad pass by Doogie, broken up. There's Uranishi again. Uranishi now all by himself. Forgets to make the layup. I don't think he's going to want to have that one back. That was wide open. Tucked. Left. Splash ball, 20-10. And another missed layup for Nishinomiya Epic. Sock could end things, and it is ended. The Panda splashing for two, a 22-10 easy victory for Ulaanbaatar. 2:27 on the clock. Nishinomiya is going to want to regroup and try to get that last win, get out of the group. Ulaanbaatar start their tournament off right in Pool D. Y'all enjoy the highlights. Pool A action we go. Our second look at Partizan, our first look at Sansar. The home team here, so to speak. Partizan already won a game. Sansar lacing them up for the first time. Teams are getting warmed up. A few minutes before we get the introductions going, we will rejoin you then from Ulaanbaatar. Hang on. All right, it looks like it's about time to start. Partizan and Sansar lacing him up. Let's get you introduced to both teams as we continue the second ever Sansar Challenger from Ulaanbaatar Square in the capital of Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar. So Partizan Metaphors coming out first. They have already played a game. They beat the young Germans from St. Pauli 20-16. 7 points for Stefan Torbica, 6 for this man, Bogdan Dragovic. Hit almost all of his shots from inside the arc. Milivojevic had a bit of a quiet game. And Skundric joins them. And again, Torbica leading score. Main weapon underneath the basket is the fourth player to come out. This is your #1 seed here. Partizan Metaphors from Serbia. And here you go with the throat singing again. Yes, sir. It is the team that this challenger is named after, or the city. I don't know. Somebody help me with that. Anyway, it is Sansar. Sansar featuring one of the more electric young stars in all of 3x3. Here's your fellas coming out. It's Vinderia, Sandag, Dorj, Ulaanbaatar, Raudondvaris, Usi Orsik, Marsuren, and the Archer, Anand Aryumbold. This is an exciting squad. They got scorers, they got rebounders, they got the passing game, and the Archer can finish games up quick. They do have had a little bit of a disappointing season, though. Not to rain on the parade here. But it's been a bit of a forgettable year for the fellas as we look at the referees, Long Chung Wing and Rudyov Alexander. Bit of a forgettable year. Aryumbold, again, considered one of the more dynamic young talents in the game at 3x3, and he hasn't helped his squad to a rank better than 7th on the pro circuit this year. And I think this is a squad that could definitely do better than that. They are facing some tough competition in the pool, though, as they're facing, again, the #1 seed and St. Pauli, the young and athletic young Germans. Partizan start off with Torbica stepping back for 2, a rebound for Sandag Dorj. There's Mjagmar Suren. Mjagmar Suren is an electric passer, and he finds I am Groot. Ulaanbaatar underneath the basket. Sansar on the board first. Milivojevic, though, answers for from 2. There's Mjagmar Suren snatching one back. Can't answer. Misses the shot, traces down his own rebound. So Uziorsic Mjagmar Suren showing off those handles early. Couldn't connect on the shot, though. There's Groot in the high post. Sharing with his buddy. That pick and roll game is lethal. Quick pass to Ulaanbaatar, who finishes underneath the basket. 2-2 game. Ulaanbaatar, also part of the national team in many occasion. As is the Archer, by the way. Coached by Steve Sir, that national team. Mjagmar Suren on the move, attacking the Gladiator. Soft touch off the glass. 3-3 game. And Mjagmar Suren fouls Milivojevic. Milivojevic back in possession now. Skundric, a high post play. Shares it with Dragovic. Skundric on the move. Easy layup for the Serbs. And Partizan, a 4-3 lead. Sandagdorj and Ulaanbaatar sharing to Wilson, tying up the game again at 4. Plays broken up there by Ulaanbaatar. So curious to see here that Ulaanbaatar isn't stepping on the court. We've been playing for almost 2 minutes. He has not been in the game. Off the injured Ulaanbaatar, he's not always been able to go. Curious to see whether he steps on the court in this one. Anyway, back to things. The sun is beaming on the court. That is going to affect play a little bit. Torbica steps into the sunlight. Can't connect on the 2-ball. There goes Mjagmarsteren again. And an offensive foul called. There's a dragon on the floor. So Dragovic has to step back out in the court. And again, we're still not seeing Ulaanbaatar step on the court here. Beautifully drawn up play. Partizan's playbook is very deep. 6-4. Milivojevic with the board. Pick and roll action now for the Mongolians. Mjagmarsteren from the logo. That hits only the side of the backboard. So I'm getting word that Ulaanbaatar is possibly still dealing with a leg injury he sustained in China last week. We're going to have to wait and see if he steps on the court. Meanwhile, Sandagdorj has got control of Wilson. There's Groot. Ulaanbaatar running hook on the move. And that is pretty. 6-5. Millie. A little bit too much on the pass. Ulaanbaatar getting his fellas some drinks. You can see his knee is wrapped up. That's unfortunate news for Sansar, who again want to be moving on in their home challenger, obviously. Always when you play, you want to move on. But especially when the challenger has the same name as your team, that is when you want to shine, right? Sure, Ulaanbaatar wants to do the same thing, but is unable to go. So it is going to be Mjagmarsteren carrying a lot of the load here offensively. Ulaanbaatar. Oh, hounded by Skundrich. That ball isn't out of bounds. They save it somehow, but the shot clock is running out. Possession back over to the Serbians. Milivojevic, a kick out. Dragovic on the move, fouled. Smart foul by Sandagdorj. Third foul on Sansar. And there's Skundrich again. He's been able to get to the cup whenever he wants to. High post action then for the Sansar squad. Mjagmarsteren, it's an Ulaanbaatar stepping back. Launching it 2, no good. Milivojevic on the move, shares the Wilson. Torbica loses it, back to Milivojevic. There's Dragovic, splash, ball. Partizan, 9-5 Sansar. Playing with 3 at this altitude with these conditions has to be incredibly tough. You can see Ulaanbaatar is already out of gas. We're not even halfway through the game. Possession back over to Partizan, a leaner for the Dragon, who gets his own rebound, up and in. 10-5 lead now for the Serbs. Their number 1 seed looking comfortable in this one. Mjagmarsuren cannot connect. Dragovic. That sun must be tough while shooting. It's hitting the court sideways. It will get in your eye. But you know what? Skundrich still getting the score after complaining too, somehow. Sandagdorj spinning into action. Uh-oh. Filthy crossover, but good hands by Torbica. Kick out here. So Partizan has been slowly working their way up to this 6-point lead. We have crossed the halfway mark in this one. Fatigue definitely coming into play here for this Sansar squad, playing with 3. Mjagmarsuren now. High pick and roll action with Ulaanbaatar. He launches a 2. If you're playing with 3, you need a lot of long distance shots to go down, and so far, not so good for Sansar. So, a timeout called, and you can see the toll it takes. This is called a 10-minute sprint for a reason. And if you're sprinting with just 3 and no sub, that will get you fully tired. The guys aren't even speaking anymore. They're just sitting there with their heads down. You get some energy from things like the crowd and 2-point shots going down, and not so much from a 6-point deficit in the game. Can they pick things up? Mjagmarsuren now on the move, a snatch back, but the 2 missed again. As an added problem, your legs get really tired after a while. Torbica saves it. There's Sandagdorj with the board. Mjagmarsuren. They're going to need some explosive offense out of him. He breaks and makes an and-one opportunity. Might just be what Sansar needs at this stage. Their 6th point and a free throw to boot for Uzi Orsic. Mjagmarsuren. Splashes that one as well. We are back to a 2-possession game. 11-7. The Gladiator, Milivojevic, misfires on the shot, traces down his own board. There's Torbica back to Milivojevic. Hot potato with that, Wilson. Still not in. Another rebound for the Serbs. Or definitely winning the fatigue game in this one. That was expected. Torbica speeding at a rack, avoiding every inch of Mjagmarsuren. Lead back up to 5. And a TV timeout. Sansar is looking for oxygen. Here we go again. Mjagmarsuren tries to get the pass through. That was, it looked like it was kicked, but apparently it was not. 3:30 on the clock. Looks like Partizan has slowed down a little bit offensively. Mjagmarsen, and this would help. Another rebound for Sandakdors, who's trying to get a shot up and over the Dragon and finishes the play with an easy lay. And a foul called. Foul number 5, Skundrich on the floor. Skundrich to Milivojevic, who is wide open. The Gladiator is good for 2. A 6-point lead as a result. Partizan looks like they're cruising in Pool A. Mjagmarsen lines up another miss. That is a problem for Sansar, who have no shooting ability whatsoever right now, with Mjagmarsen struggling from long range. There goes the Dragon again. Same spot, different result for Milivojevic, who tracks down his own rebound, puts it up and in. And this game looks like it is going to be over unless Sansar can come up with a miracle here. Rebounding will help, but 2:20 on the clock, a 6-point deficit. I mean, it is 3x3. Anything can happen. But the hustle plays are going the Serbs' way, as you all can see. Mjagmarsen in task with a heavy load. Wide open again on a play, but every single shot he's gotten has been wide open. He hasn't been able to get down the drain. Meanwhile, the Serbs they've got the physical advantage, that's for sure. So this game's getting a little bit out of hand here. Group chases that one down. It's their 10th point on the board. Torbica now, a handoff. Looking for Dragovic. Fakes, kicks out. There's Torbica again. Milivojevic expending a foul there. Try to stop play as he was caught out of position. You can see the Archer here looking from the sidelines. Timeout called. And take a look back at some of the happenings in this one. It's been a one-sided affair. It's 4 Serbs against 3 players from Mongolia. An unfair advantage. Maybe so, but that is 3x3. Sansar, 1:30 on the clock. Do they have any energy left? It's Groot with the 2. And again, the 2-point shot not falling whatsoever. And that has been a problem for these Mongolians. Meanwhile, the Serbians keep knocking them down. 19-10 as a result. Sandakdors almost loses that one. Groot off the glass, no good. It's Skundrich now. Skundrich to Dragovic, lines up the game ball. Front rim for under a minute. We pretty much know who is going to win this one now. We just need to know when they're going to win it. Skundrich. A 2-ball would end things. He steps all the way back, and Skundrich ends the game. Partizan, 2 wins in Pool A action. Take care of 3 guys for Sansar. A 21-10 victory as a result, and your number 1 seed cruising on day 1 here in Ulaanbaatar at the Sansar Challenger. Partizan Metaforce looking all kinds of good. Y'all enjoy the highlights from this game, and we will be right back with you for Pool B action. I told you we'd be right back. Didn't take that long, did it? Anyway, Raudondvaris stepping up to the plate for game number 2 for them. They played Dusseldorf LFDY. Both teams are getting warmed up. We will get you introduced to these teams very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Sansar Challenger Бихсгийн дараагийн ногоодыг итгэж бэлэн боллоо.
All right, it is time for some reintroductions. It is your number 2 seed coming out first. They picked up a last-second victory against Zavkhan SAINSCORE. The score was tied at 19, but Aurelius Bukelis was too big and too strong. Picked up a bucket underneath the basket to get them a 20-19 win. He's joined by Pauli Beliavicius, Evaldas Jaugas, who had 8 points and 9 rebounds in that game. And finally, it's flight mode. Modestas Kumpis, he had 8 rebounds as well, coupled with 4 points. And your Marseille Masters MVP, rounding into form again. These are your fellas. Raudondvaris, Hoptrans, looking to get a second victory down here in Pool B action. They're dealing with a squad that's been on the brink pretty much all season. A year of almost for the Germans. 9 events played, and they placed between 4th and 7th in 8 of those 9 events. Mind you, 3rd usually gets you a qualification ticket in a challenge. They've been between 4th and 7th in all of them. They show flashes of what can be with some dominant day 1 performances. But sometimes they just collapse a little bit on day 2 of play. Will this be the tournament they break through? It is Niklas Kropp, Kevin Bryant, Florian Wendler, and Leon Verteeg, your Dusseldorf LFDY squad. The referees in this one, Leon Chung-Wing and Slobodan Novakovic. Here we go. We are getting ready to get sprinting again. Game number 6 from Ulaanbaatar at the 2nd ever Sansar Challenger after a 2023 edition. Now we have a 24 edition. It's flight mode hanging in there, grabbing a rebound and getting the first bucket on the board for the Lithuanians. Raudondvaris up 1-0, Dusseldorf. They go to their pick and roll game. This is what they excel at. Verteeg and Bryant, the play is broken up by a kickball. Wendler almost loses it, gets it back. There's Kropp. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Kropp on the move, hangs in there with the lefty. 1 foot, no good. Wendler with the board, back to Kropp. Verteeg. Wendler missing the midi. So possession back over to the team in yellow. Foul called. First one on Dusseldorf. There's Jaugas with a beautiful cut. That's cutting more than hurtful words. Two-zip Raudondvaris. Bryant on an adventure by himself, up and off the glass. Dusseldorf on the board after a minute of play. Then Bryant with the quick hands. Gets a steal. They swing it to Verteeg. On the move, leaning but not hitting. Verteeg, who was a part of the German national team at the Olympic qualification tournament, failing to get an Olympic berth. He's joined by 3 members of St. Pauli, who we've seen play earlier. Word is he was left off of the World Cup Under-23 squad. He's had a breakout season so far this year. First real season at the pro circuit. And Verteeg is balling out. He leads his squad with almost 7 points per game in 8 events played. A very capable scorer. And again, still under the age of 23. I'd love to see him play with Agiman and Giesman in them at a World Cup under 23 or a real World Cup. We'll see. Anyway, back to things. Flight mode, speeding to the cup. Kropp now in possession. The sun is almost off the court, so think we're going to see some more two-point shots. Bryant tries one. There you go. See, that is called the announcer's jinx, but in a positive way. I'd say it's going to happen, and then it just happens. Also, now Pukelis is working on Bryant. Bryant, a feisty defender. It's elbowed in the mouth, and to add injury to insult, it's his foul as well. So Pukelis will step to the stripe. Bryant will take a seat, and we'll get his dentals checked. And a Lithuanian splashing from the freebie stripe. Tied at 4 is the game. For Teague, a midi fader early in the shot clock. Medjavic just barely hangs on to the Wilson. Doesn't get it back. A steal. Wendler. That ball is hot potatoed out of bounds. Who's it out on? Rebound again by Flight Mode, who is such a capable rebounder. The man can jump. We know that. Medjavic, who's actually two great rebounders in this game, because Bryant is one of the best rebounding guards, if you consider him that, in the game of 3x3. Wendler to Krupp. Krupp on the move. Pick and roll game for the Germans hasn't popped yet. And this is usually where their strength lies. TV timeout in a 4-4 game, a low scoring affair. But again, we're at an altitude here, so players do get tired. Again, this game, this tournament's played in Ulaanbaatar, capital of Mongolia. And this city is at a pretty steep elevation. We're up right around 1,350 meters, so that's almost 4,500 feet. Kalis loses to Wilson. Bryant taking over on his way to the rack, gets it to Wendler, but misses the floaty. Kalis with the screening action is wide open. That layup is good. Beautiful action by the Lithuanians. Bryant, great pass by Wendler, but Bryant can't connect on the layup. A tied ball situation here that usually is rewarded to the defense, which I think means that Dusseldorf is going to get the possession back here. So Pukelis grabbed the rebound, then was tied up. That means possession was with the Raudondvaris. In a jump ball situation, possession goes to the defense. See, I could be a referee. I mean, maybe. Foul in the play here. As you see Kropp smiling there with his hands up. Probably means that he was the one fouling. A 5-4 lead for Raudondvaris, and Jogas could add to it. A bit of a slow burner here early between these two teams. Jaugas knocks it down, makes it a 2-point game. There's Krop on the move. Forces up a 2 at the end of the shot clock. No good. Rebound back to the team in yellow. It's Kumpis yet again. They go down to the block. That is where Pukelis shines. Verteeg pushes in the back. It is going to be a 5th foul on Dusseldorf, who expended a lot of their fouls here early, trying to stop Raudondvaris, who still hold on to a 2-point lead. Beliavicius, back iron. And Wendler now is open against Kumpis, creates some space and gets the lefty lay to go. Uh-oh. Verteeg holding his ground and forces Pukelis into a mess. He gets his own rebound and cleans up the mess, though. Elias Pukelis putting in work underneath the boards. As expected, Verteeg splashing from 2. We're tied at 7. Right at the halfway mark, Florian Wendler then with the steal. Kumpis is still complaining to the referees about that. He said it may have been a kickball, but Dusseldorf squeaked out a 1-point lead now. Pukelis. And then a foul called on Kumpis on the rebounding situation there. Kumpis still having a discussion with the referees on that last call, non-call. Krop gets it back. The lefty shooter, no good. And another call on the rebound here. I think this time it's Beliavich who's being overly physical. Bryant, such a feisty rebounder that they have to try to foul him to keep him off the glass. So Verteeg now. Verteeg with the filthy hesitation. Layup, I think, counts. An and one opportunity for Verteeg. Leon Verteeg knocks it down, gets his team a 3-point lead over the Lithuanians. Kumpis, they're looking for Pukelis again. Pukelis bumping, spinning into his right shoulder. Pulls his team back within 2. Verteeg facing up Pukelis. Another filthy hesitation, but Verteeg forgets to make the layup. Jaugas now. Fouled on the play. So it's Beliavicius now to Kumpis. Flight mode, speeding to the rack, is fouled by Krop. That is foul number 7. So Modestas Kumpis will step to the stripe for 2. See the filthy hesitation there on Verteeg. They're going to need some more of that if they want to squeak out the win here. And as expected, Pukelis has been feasting underneath the basket. Modestas Kumpis, though, could tie up the game here with 2 free throws. We are under 4 minutes in this one. Raudondvaris looking to pick up their 2nd win. Dusseldorf, first action of the day. Kumpis. This is the first. Easy put back after 2 missed free throws, and Kumpi's got it back right away. His energy is really picking up. Kumpi's long range shot this time. Jaugas battling for the board. It's with Krop now. Fertig gets a screen. Rescreen action with Bryant. Fertig on the move. Looking to attack Beliavic, who's a midi fadeaway. There goes Jaugas. Raudondvaris still looking at that 1-point deficit. Bukelis pulls up from the Enlio logo. Undershoots that. There goes that pick and roll action again. Fertig finding Wendler. What a pass. 11-9, Dusseldorf with the gallery play here. They leave Bukelis open for 2, though. He ties the game up at 11. And a bad pass by Bryant. A turnover by Dusseldorf. So it looked like Dusseldorf was doing the right thing with that behind the back delectable dish by Fertig, but they give up an open 2 and then turn to Wilson over. There's Beliavicius. Jaugas now wide open for 2. And Dusseldorf is forgetting to play some defense here. Raudondvaris taking full advantage. Beliavicius now looking to attack Krop. Almost loses the wheels, and Jaugas open again. Not 2 in a row, though. Bryant can't finish. We're approaching the 2-minute mark in this one. And again, it's a low-scoring affair. Which team will come out on top? Fatigue is going to start coming into play here. Who's got the most energy? Who's got the most oxygen? Wendler's got a mismatch. Beliavicius pulls the handbrake. Smacked away. Bukelis says, get out of here. Then he gets it back. Look at a 2. And ends up being Jaugas spinning like a Beyblade, but missing the layup. That Jaugas spin move was a piece of work in a positive way. Fertig putting in some work. 14-13. The young German guard putting his team on his back. Trying to get a win over number 2 seed Raudondvaris. Jaugas. No good on the layup attempt. So, timeout on the floor. It's Dusseldorf holding on to a slim lead. Looking to see if they can pick up a victory here. Both teams look evenly matched so far. Look at the delectable dish, though. That's Michelin star. But right after, they forget to play defense on 2 open 2-point shots. Leave the door open for Raudondvaris to come back. And then it's Fertig splashing some curry sauce. 1:14 on the clock. And here we go. Kumpis. They go down to Bukelis, of course. 2 on the shot clock. He turns it to his right hand. No good. Stingy defense there by Fertig. Trying to hold his ground against a way bigger Bukelis. Foul called on the play. Foul number 6 on Raudondvaris. There goes Wendler to Fatigue. They go for the pick and roll action. Beautiful passing, 15-13. We're under a minute. Dusseldorf, could they? Oh, Jauga's left wide open again, but misses the 2. Krop chases down the board. There's Fatigue. 30 ticks left in this one. Fatigue with a filthy hesitation, but can't get the shot up. Wendler is open again. And the Germans have a 3-point lead. Raudondvaris needs some buckets. Jaugas is open for another 2-ball, and it's no good. Flight mode, though, traces down the rebound, is pulled down. So that would be the 8th foul on Dusseldorf. 2 free throws coming up for Flight mode, who can get his team back into things. It's close. A nail-biter in Pool B from Ulaanbaatar, the Sansar Challenger. Piece not secure from the free throw stripe on his first attempt. Flight mode gets his second one to go. It's a 1-possession game. Raudondvaris need a stop and a bucket. Dusseldorf, they want to get a score here. Fatigue. 2 on the shot clock, steps back, Leon Fatigue, Rebound, Raudondvaris, 3 on the clock. It's Pukelis stepping into nothing. Great defense. Bryant stifling Pukelis on the last play, and Dusseldorf come away with a stunner. 16-14 over your number 2 seed, Raudondvaris. Dusseldorf LFDY get a win. This is, again, what we were talking about. We can see flashes with this team. They can be this good. Let's see how they continue their tournament, but they get their first victory in Pool B nonetheless. Y'all enjoy the highlights. So after those highlights, we will go into a little bit of a break. We got about 10, 12 minutes actually until the next game is slated to start. That is at, let's see here. Yeah, next game on deck will be Pool C action. That will start at 6:20 local time, so in right around 12 minutes. Do not go anywhere. We will be right here.
Please welcome Team Liman. Number 4, Marko Stefanovic. Number 6, Alekso Stojanovic. Number 2, Ulaanbaatar. Number 3, Andrei Milutinovic.
All right, y'all, we are back, and we get a second look at Liman, Milutinovic, Stefanovic, Stojanovic, and Vasic. They picked up a win earlier.
Team Utrecht.
A 21-16 victory over Selenge Bodons, and now they face an Olympian,
Number 2,
an Olympic gold medalist. Die Mayo van der Horst took his talents to Team Utrecht, and it translated right away. They went into the semifinals last week at Debrecen, are looking to continue that trend. He's joined by Shea Adetunji, Norbert Telissen, and last but not least, Daan van Tilburg.
Adriaan van Tilburg.
And there's your Utrecht squad again. They've had a pretty good season so far. They played 5 events. They got to the semifinals in 3 out of those 5. 2 of those without the male.
Ik kom nog eens in de Ulaanbaatar Sansar 3 Sansar Challenger Olympic ouder Nederlanding Demio van der Horst.
Teams very familiar with each other as they met up last week at Debrecen at the quarterfinals, which was a Utrecht win, 21-14. It was one of their better games of the tournament, so Liman looking for revenge. They are without the chef, though. Utrecht one change as well. No Nesta Agassi instead of him, Shea Adetunji. Stojanovic splashing a 2-ball to start the game. It's Dimes using the body chicken wing. 1 point down for Utrecht. Moving Stefanovic like it's nothing. Stefanovic on the other end catches the Wilson, gets it back. Midi pull up for stretch. BB stretches and stretches again. There's a point on the board. So Liman played 1 game earlier in the day. Again against the Selenge Bodons. And it was 10 points for Mihailo Vasic that carried them through. Milutinovic with 7 points of his own. Utrecht now in possession of the Wilson. It's Norbert. Going at Stojanovic. Van Tilburg with the misdirection. Adetunji for 2. Front rim. There's Norbert. Can't connect on the layup. Liman in a 1-point lead. There's the Manimal. An offensive foul as he tries to bully bump his way through Telissen. Again, 2 Olympians on the floor here. Vasic represented for Serbia. And Di Maio coming home with that gold medal for the Dutch. In possession here, a high post play to get it to Van Tilburg. Van Tilburg behind the screen pulls up for 2. So the foul here is called on Liman, another offensive foul. Vasic trying to get some explanations going here. The ball is checked, by the way. Vasic is still talking to the refs. 2-ball not down, though. So no effect on play, but Vasic was trying to hold up the play by discussing things with the baseline referee, and the top referee just checked the ball. That's a good lesson. Van Tilburg, nothing there. 4 on the shot clock. It's Adetunji throwing up a prayer. Looks like he got fouled. The referees are having none of that, though. He got held up on purpose, but referees didn't see a foul in that, so we go back to the high post action here for Liman. Milutinovic can't get the pass through. Oh, he drops off on Tilburg. Ooh, but that ball's still sailing. That's still going. So a bit of a slow start for both teams here. 2 minutes in, we got 5 points on the board total. And there is the Mayo. Vasic. They look for the mismatch down low. Stretch against Adetunji. Stretch takes advantage. Adetunji now. Speed could be his advantage in this one. This time he comes through with a beautiful pass and the N1 finish for Telissen. Norbert to the stripe could tie the game up at 4. And he does just that. It's a 4-4 game. Liman at 3 fouls. Milutinovic speeding to the rack. It's his team a 1-point lead again. Now he has to guard Adetunji. Adetunji steps back for 2. Top of the backboard. Point. I was going to say, 1 second on the shot clock. You better get a shot up. Stojanovic with the pretty pass, but no finish underneath. Possession back to the team in black. Utrecht. Foul on the play. Liman at 4 fouls. Utrecht at 0. And our first TV timeout. Van Tilburg to Di Meo. He gets a screen, shares it with Telissen, broken up by Stefanovic. Seven seconds on the clock here. Same play and another broken up play here for Utrecht. Liman back in possession. Milutinovic can't get the pass through. Stojanovic steps back, a 2-ball splash. As a result, 7-4 game, Liman. Van Tilburg with the seal. He's going to have to shoot over the outstretched arms of Stefanovic. The Manimal spinning into action, a foul called on the play. free throw as a result, as that foul was called in the act of shooting. Adetunji out to DiMeo. Dimes pulls up for two. Splash ball. 8-7. Vasic going at Dimes. DiMeo holding his ground. Vasic grabbing his own rebound. 9-8 is the score as we approach the halfway mark in this one. Vasic wide open. Home alone, all by himself. And again, these two teams played last week. That was a pretty big victory for Utrecht. Different looking squads. They match up yet again. High post action for the Dutch. Pretty play, but that is swatted away. Stefanovic stretching out and volleyball spiking that thing out of the stadium. Getting the crowd involved as well. High post action again, as we are accustomed to from Liman. Stefanovic this time denies the handoff, denied the score as well. 10-8 it remains. Adetunji to Van Tilburg. Van Tilburg spins but travels on the spin. Easy layup there for the Manimal, 11-8. We're approaching the 4-minute mark here. Davis is pretty fine. Utrecht. They got the connection going. They showed that last week. Van Tilburg with the quick hands. Good defense. Finds Telissen yet again for the spike. Utrecht storm back into things, 11-10. Stojanovic hanging and hitting. Now he has to guard Dimes, though. Dimes lost him like it's the backwoods. And Stojanovic operating again. A nutmeg pads into the Manimal, who scores on the dime. Ooh. I like Stojanovic's game. Van Tilburg wide open. The two ball hasn't been going for the Dutch squad, which is, I think, the main difference in this game. We are at our second TV timeout. 3:44 left in this one. And again, a rematch of last week's Debrecen Masters quarterfinals. High post action with the Manimal. They look for a backdoor cut. Stretch. Can't get his hands on it. Turnover as a result. It's Adetunji now. Gets a screen. Good pass. But the finish is missed. Van Tilburg. 8 seconds on the shot clock. They go with the high screen action this time. Adetunji to the rack. Tries to pass it out. Turnover as a result, so Liman holding on to that 2-point lead here. Both teams struggling to generate consistent offense. It's been the one-on-ones where the scores have happened. Milutinovic this time gets smacked by Adetunji. Wow, what a block. And a foul on the play here. It looked like that might be offensive. As Vasic led with his elbow and hit Adetunji square in the nostrils. 6th foul on the Serbs here. So they are at the bonus. Next defensive foul will be 2 free throws. Dimes kicking it out. There's Telisa lining up a 2. Telisa now has to deal with Stefanovic, who scores underneath the basket and has some words for his teammate. Took a little bit too long to his liking. Dimes, nuh-uh. Again, the 2 ball for the Dutch just has not been going. Handoff action for Stojanovic. Stojanovic with the easy pass underneath. What a find. Dimes is open now. Play's almost broken up. Gets it to Telisa. Speed into the rack for the smash. Norbert with the exclamation point. Trying to rally his team to get back into things. The difference in the game is just 3 points. Look again as Norbert punches that one with one hand. A little bit over 2 minutes to go. Utrecht go with Adetunji, Timeo, and Van Tilburg. Need to make up 3 points to get a win, at least to get a tie. Mismatch in the post. The Manimal, he can take advantage of that for sure. 16-12 as a result. It's Dimes on the move. Sharon to Wilson. Sharon is Karen, 16-13. The Dutch staying around in this one. We're under 2 minutes. Liman still holding on to that 3-point lead. Milutinovic back to the Manimal, who just keeps on scoring. Mihailo Vasic is having a heck of a day. Leading his team in that first contest with 10 points and racking him up again in this one. Stefanovic not checking the ball the way the referees would like him to. There's Dimes again, lobbing it up. Telisa. Lefty layup is no good. And now Stefanovic is open underneath. A foul on the play. That is foul number 3 on Utrecht. Smart way to stop play there because Stefanovic was wide open. Telisa was still on the floor. He's back up now, though. Stojanovic gets a screen, denies the screen, speeds to the rack, is blocked by Telisa on his way there. Possession's out of bounds. Telisa is saying it went off Stojanovic. Referees are giving the ball back to Liman, though. 3.2 on the shot clock. That's Milutinovic lining up top. He's got Telisa in front of him. Milutinovic fakes, fades away, hits the rim, but that is it. Utrecht get the stop they want, and then they get the score they want. We're back to a 3-point game. Milutinovic sidesteps, gets it back to Vasic. Vasic called for a carry. Looked like he was going to give a handoff there, but then picked the ball back up. Utrecht get a couple of stops here. And again, they are looking to get the second win over Liman in just a week's time. They get it back to Dimes. Dimes fading away on the hook. 1 possession game as a result, 17-15. That ball rolls out of bounds. So a fresh 12 to work with for the Serbian squad, and your number 3 seed out here, Liman. Stojanovic trying to operate in space. Now working behind the screen, taking a big 2-point shot, 19-15 on Alexa Stojanovic with a big bucket when it counts most. And then a turnover on the Dutch. Stojanovic with the rock in hand again. They go with the same play. Oh, what a find. Beautiful pass. Dimes can't answer. Telisse fakes and makes, but it's too little too late. 7 seconds on the clock. Liman got a 20-16 lead, and Stojanovic will end it. 21-16 for the Serbs, who get revenge for that quarterfinal loss last week by picking up a win over Utrecht and picking up their second win in Pool C action. So Liman will be moving on out of pool play in Utrecht, and Selenge will be trying to see who gets out of the pool in second place after this 21-16 victory for the Serbs.
Sansar Challenger, daarin wordt de gewinnen van Goed afgekomen. Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar en Selenge.
Hey, we are back. We continue with Pool the action. And Ulaanbaatar MMC Energy is coming out. And a cakewalk in their first game. 22-10 over Nishinomiya. Sick well from long range here, fellas. And it's Doogie, joined by Engpat, Sog, the Panda. And then Delganyam Davasambu. And they are going to be facing Team Princeton. And the Caruso comes out first. Princeton's had a good year. They added Butler. They added Grigsby. Nash back on the squad. They got to the finals in 3 out of 6 challengers played so far. They won the Sansar Challenger to start their and our 2024 campaign in the Challenger circuit. I like the additions they've made to the team. No Huffman, no Huffman, Huff amazing in this one. But Princeton, a team to be reckoned with. They've done very well this year. Caruso is one of the better rebounders in the field. Grigsby, I like his versatility. He's a big, but he can shoot a little bit. He's got the mid-range game as well. I'm curious to see how they match up with this Ulaanbaatar squad. All right, good start for the home team. Ulaanbaatar making magic happen at first. Butler, well, no magic on that, Dutch. Missed the layup. Now it's Davasambu, the bull, bullying people underneath. A foul as a result. So Davasambu, the bull, on a free throw strike. A mainstay as a competitor on this Ulaanbaatar squad, as well as the national team from Mongolia, where he's been a feature for many a year. A unique game, and I say that in the most positive way I can say it. He's a wide body with very long arms, plays them in the post a lot, can shoot a little bit now. Uses his shoulders to make sure you can't touch the hook shots he's throwing up. That bucket doesn't count. An offensive foul on Doogie. First foul on Ulaanbaatar. There's Nash. So this lineup for Princeton is very, very big. Nash and Grigsby both, I'd say, considered players that play underneath the basket. I'd say Grigsby's skill set might be suited to both inside and outside play. There's that patented Princeton backdoor cut. But Prince is still not on the board. Stingy defense by Ulaanbaatar. Screen here for Doogie, 7 on the shot clock. Kicks it out. There's Talk. Gonjagal can't knock it down. He had 3 twos in their win over Nishinomiya. So look out for the Panda. Nash can't connect on the free throw. There's Chalked again, launching another 2. Wild shot off the backboard. A foul called on the rebound. Grigsby and Enkbot got tied up. See what the referees make out of that. Looks like Grigsby was on the receiving end of that foul call. There's Davasambu. An easy layup. Butler leaving everyone in the dust and finally gets Princeton on the board. First bucket for the USA side. Now they have to deal with Davasambu again. Grigsby does a hell of a job. Butler pulls up from 2. Davasambu makes sure to hit that one. You can hear the crowd getting into it. Obviously, Team Ulaanbaatar, the local favorite here. #1 team coming out of Mongolia. Player coach Steve Sir relegated to coach in this one. Not playing in this tournament. There's Enkbot. Uh-oh. Watch out if Enkbot starts shooting. 6-2. Enkbot, a capable shooter, but very streaky. Can go on stretches where he hits everything. Caruso. This is what Princeton is very, very good at. Creating open looks from beyond the 2-point arc paired with backdoor cuts. Couple that with great rebounding by the Caruso. This man right here. You got yourself a squad. Enkbot gets it back, looking for space. Nothing there. It's Davasambu now stepping back. The Bull. Nothing there, but you know what? They got a whole zoo down there. The Panda picks up the mess. A 7-4 lead. There's talk with the quick hands again. Offensive foul now called on Davasambu for holding on to Butler. Possession back over to Princeton. Caruso, such a high jump on his release. It's so tough to guard because he gets up so high. What a pass! Dougie, teach me how to do that, please. Incredible. How do you find him on that? Got to call this man Liam Neeson. Wow. Butler stuck, has to force up a prayer. Didn't touch the rim, so it'll be a shot clock violation. Bot front rim. Ulaanbaatar can't extend the lead. Princeton here could tie on a 2 to get it back to the Caruso. Another one of those high jumping buckets instead of a 2. This time he gets a 1. 2 hands for safety though. Sog looking for Enkbot. Plays broken up with a kick ball. Underneath, there's Nash, a kick out. Grigsby is wide open, a capable shooter. Misses the 2. Back to Ulaanbaatar we go. There we go, bully ball. The Bull. 9-7. Nash and Grigsby are a force to be reckoned with underneath the basket there. Both are, again, very capable bigs. Nash, I'd say the more athletic one. The mismatches for Ulaanbaatar all the way there, though. They keep going at Caruso. Delgernyamda Vasamu to 1. That put him in a hurt locker right there, 10-8. Nash in the post. Gets to Grigsby. Grigsby, again, relegated to a bit of more of an outside role in this one. Jumper not looking that good on that attempt. And Nash hitting the top of the backboard. So again, with Nash on the court, Grigsby a little bit outside of his usual high post, mid post role. More so on the outside of the perimeter. The Bull now going at Nash. I don't think that's the matchup he wants. Enkbot launching a prayer, hits the rim. It's Tog coming away with the Wilson on this one. Now it's Enkbot who's wide open. Splash ball from the logo. The crowd loves it. 12-8. Caruso, travel called on the play. Take a look back at some of the action in this one. It's Caruso spiking one with 2 hands. And again, I told you, he's got one of the more unique games in all of 3x3. Delgernyamda Vasamu, the Bull. Bullying people underneath the basket is his game. Enkbot again, working behind the screen. This time loses Butler on a behind the back dribble. Enkbot, oh wow, overshot that by a bunch. Grigsby to Caruso. Back to Grigsby, stepping back, nothing there. Butler gets the board, but Princeton's offense has been stagnant in this one, to say the least. Doogie spinning off of Butler, getting that layup to go. And a 5-point lead for the home squad here. Butler's open in the corner. That could change things. No go on to 2, though. 3 minutes to go in this one. Doogie tries a one-legged 2 for some reason.
Timeout.
A timeout on the floor. A 13-8 game. Ulaanbaatar at the limit as far as fouls. Princeton, they got some fouls to give still, but their offense has been missing a little bit. Caruso's hit some outside shots. You expect them to start beating up on mismatches with Grigsby and Nash on the floor. There's not that many mismatches to be found in this Ulaanbaatar squad. They're pretty big. And Enkbot is starting to hit twos as well. Now, here we go. Ulaanbaatar firing on all cylinders. Grigsby looking to get to the rack, spinning into traffic. Nothing there, passes it out of bounds. And Princeton is out of sorts. Doogie. Misdirection in traffic, misses the layup. There's Enkbot. Snatching some ankles. The Horseman, Dugun Enkbot, with the snatch back and the delivery. And another turnover by Princeton. An easy finish by Ulaanbaatar as a result, 17-8. This game's uglier than Chewbacca. The home squad firing on all cylinders. They got the twos to go down. They get this. Well, we don't count steals in 3x3, but if we would, they've gotten a bunch of steals. High post action with Nash. Nash on the move now. Doogie breaking up the play. Caruso on his way to the rack, hangs but does not hit. And there goes Davasambu wanting that mismatch yet again. Mid-range pull-up for Enkbot. I think an offensive foul is called on this one as well. Again, you can hear the crowd react to anything that's happening as far as positive Ulaanbaatar MMC energy things. Enkbot, great pass. Davasambu is blocked by Butler. Gets it back, misses the shot, gets it back yet again, and, well, tosses it out of bounds on that one. Gurnyam is going to want to take a seat, get a breather. Finally, Princeton get one of their patented plays to go down. Pretty pass by Nash. But that lead for Ulaanbaatar is still very, very big. Now travel's called inside. So 2 turnovers in a row by the Mongolians. But with 67 ticks on the clock, I don't think it's going to matter much. Butler looking to make it respectable, but the 2-ball for Princeton has only come from Caruso. And then pick and roll action for the Mongolians yet again. Socked. Easy finish. The Panda, a load to deal with. Caruso, told you the 2-ball was coming from him. 18-11. There's Enkbot again. Forces up a wild shot at the end of the shot clock, but look, they got 12 seconds off the clock nonetheless. So it's looking like Ulaanbaatar might be picking up their second win here in Pool D. In a well-played contest against this Princeton squad who He's got the capability to be a good offensive team. Just couldn't get it going in this one. Dookie with the quick hands, too. And then a foul on Butler, who complains. I think he's going to get he got called for a technical as well. Princeton had 7 fouls, so there could be a bunch of free throws coming up here for Doogie. Marco Dugosia stepped onto the squad last year. Really made a difference. With his physicality, his quick hands, and I mean, the man's been a 3x3 player for so many years. Such a veteran. 19-11 to score. Enkbot with a pretty cut. 20-11 Princeton. They fire up along to no good. Enkbot under 10 seconds with the board. They get it to Davasambu, who finishes the play. It's 21-11. Ulaanbaatar pick up their second victory of day one action here at the Sansar Challenger. First they take care of Nishinomiya. Now they take care of Princeton. 21-11. Y'all enjoy the highlights in this one. It's win or go home time in Ulaanbaatar. The Sansar Challenger continues with the last 4 games in pool play. First, we will wrap up Pool A action. And it is Sansar coming out first. There's your boy, Groot, Ulaanbaatar. He had himself 5 points and 3 rebounds in a 21-10 loss to Partizan. He's joined by Benderia Sandakdorj, Uziorsik, Myanmar Sudan, and this man walking on, Anand Ulaanbaatar, who is not playing due to a leg injury. The archer not featured in this one. So Sansar, they're going to need a miracle because it's win or go home time. They are facing a young and upstart squad in St. Pauli, who made it very tough on Partizan. Lost 20-16, I apologize. 7 points for the big fella, Fabian Giesman, but it's Miles Osei coming out first. This is the same squad that will be repping in the Under-23 World Cup here next week. There's your big guy, Giesman. Denzel Aguiman. And last but not least, Sidi Bekame. These 4 fellas are your St. Pauli squad. They are also in need of a victory. A loss would send them home, or not home, back to their hotel room for a couple of days. Again, World Cup Under-23 starts in just 4 days. But first is Sansar Challenger out here in Mongolia. And the young Germans looking to advance to tomorrow's action. Your referees in this one, Kim Gain and Slobodan Novakovic. And we go 10-minute spring to wrap up Pool A. Who will go on and play in the quarterfinals? Will it be Sansar or will it be St. Pauli's? Myanmar Sudan starting off at the Wilson. A handoff, foul called on the play. Uh-oh. Sansar on the board first. Myanmar Sudan sped to the rack on that. Aguiman looking for Giesman. Myanmar Sudan breaks it up. Sansar is going to need all of that energy from the crowd. Myanmar Sudan with the snatch back. Front rim. And there goes Giesman. High post action now for Ulaanbaatar. Myanmar Sudan is the main weapon for this squad. He couldn't get it going in their last game. Went 0 for 10 from long range. For only 3 points in that game against Partizan. It's Giesman trying to work his physicality down there. Myanmar Sudan, though, he's going to want to shoot a little bit better than that if they want to continue to the quarterfinals. Miles. Out to Giesman, who's a capable shooter. Giesman can't find the mark. So possession back over to the team from Mongolia. They find Groot underneath. Can't finish over the outstretched arms, though, of Giesman. And there's Miles underneath the basket, tying the game up at 2. Some slippage Mjagmarsuren tries to get the handoff off of Ulaanbaatar, but a no-go. High post action again. Ulaanbaatar hands it off this time. Mjagmarsuren lines up a two. Finally sees one go through the net. This is what he might need. Uzi Orsic, Mjagmarsuren. Agyeman spinning into action. Sandak doors now to the cup. Somehow gets that to Ulaanbaatar, but no make on the end of it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't look now. Sansar, they got a couple of twos down, and that might be what they need. Again, they went 0 of 15 in their last game from long range. But they've got a couple to go down now. And that's what you need playing with three. You need some energy from long range shots. Giesman. Giesman bumping down there. Ulaanbaatar breaks up the play. A foul called on the play. So Giesman on the straight. And St. Pauli hit the deficit to 2 points. A wildly running shot there by Ulaanbaatar. Back to the Germans. They get a quick cut by Sidi and get the game to 6-5 again. Oh, pretty pick and roll play. Sandak Dorj and Ulaanbaatar link up. Sansar is going to need all of that and more. Again, winner here moves on to the quarterfinals tomorrow. Loser here is done. Mjagmarsuren, pretty pass. Wow, 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 wow. An and one opportunity here for Ulaanbaatar. Don't look now. Sansar is up. Look back at some of the happenings in this one. Yeah, we're talking a Sansar squad playing with three. Their ace, Anand Aryambol, not able to go in this one. Lingering effects of a leg injury sustained at the Chang'an Challenger last week in China. So the fellas in green are without a substitute, which is one of the toughest things to do in all of 3x3. They got a 3-point lead though, and they're looking feisty here. Got some quick hands going. Good defense, and again, they got a couple of twos to go down, which is very, very much a necessity if you're playing with three. Sandak Dorj to Ulaanbaatar. They get it back to Mjagmarsuren. Mjagmarsuren behind the screen, steps back, big shot. Ooh, that's halfway down. Halfway down, in and out. Oh, Miles almost dropped him, gets the layup to go. Sandak Dorj is looking for his knees.
Oh. Now on Giesmann, that might be an unsportsmanlike. I think it's a regular foul, so Sandagdorj on the stripe. Actually, never mind. It is an unsportsmanlike. Second free throw coming up here for Sandagdorj. All right, Miles on the move yet again. Giesmann's open. Hasn't been able to knock down some twos in this one. Something that he's very capable of. Yagmarsuren making him dance yet again. Snatching some ankles, but can't drop off the two-point shot. Uh-oh. Giesmann tried to thread the needle on that pass, but nothing on the other end of it. St. Pauli are looking out of sorts, and again, they're playing against three. They can't get any consistent offense going. They can't work their physicality. Sansar, you got to give it to them. I think my Australian friends would say that's some hard yakka. Oh, Sidi, there you go. That might be needed. There's an Ulaanbaatar with the, uh-oh! Don't you challenge Giesmann at the rim. He will throw it back to you. Yagmarsuren, end of the shot clock, misses the two. So St. Pauli fighting and scrapping to get back into this. Uh-oh, Yagmarsuren again with the filthy hesitation, but he lost to Wilson. There's Bekai May again, flying in for some easy air time. Sansar, they build up a bit of a lead, but look like they might be running out of steam here. An Ulaanbaatar back iron, can't get close to the basket. And again, Bekai May just slashing in for a bucket whenever he feels like it. The game now is tied at 11. We are at the 4-minute mark. And this is when you get tired in this game of 3x3. Sandagdorj, pretty layup. Way to avoid those arms. Uh-oh! Oh! Ajiman with a two-hand flush after that nasty crossover. On Ulaanbaatar, 1 second on the shot clock, forces up a two. None of the Sansar players are even trying to rebound. They are gassed. They need a timeout, and they need it now, so they pick up a foul. But they looked like they were building on an early lead, and this is when it all comes crashing down. When you get tired and you can't continue to shooting, and then Bekai May start calling that man Lufthansa because he's flying so much.
Roir.
3:41 on the clock. 12-12's the score. The winner goes on to the quarterfinals. The loser will go home. An opportunity for a free throw here for Giesman, who got rocked on the play there. Foul number 5 on Sansar. St. Pauli had 6 fouls. Giesman. Uh-oh. Stroke a little bit broke in this tournament so far. Again, the 2 hasn't been going. Free throws not going down either. Hasn't been a clear dominant Giesman type of experience. This is what we're accustomed to seeing from him. Giesman bullying down low. 13-12. Yagmarsuren, oh my goodness. 13-13. His handles are ridiculous. Giesman beasting yet again. This is what we should have been seeing all game. Yagmarsuren tripping himself up. And I do believe a turnover now, as he might have stepped on the line there. Miles working behind that screen. No one there to contest that layup. Yagmarsuren is going to need to work some more of his magic here. Tries to get the pass through. Sandberg can't control the rock. It's broken up by Miles. Heady play by the German. And St. Pauli now pick up a 2-point lead going into the last stretch of the game, as well as the Wilson and a fresh 12-second shot clock to work with. Giesman waving everybody off. Fabian Giesman blocked at the rim, but a foul is called. That is number 6 on the Mongolians. And this is what happens when you run out of energy if you're playing with 3. You can't get any shots from the outside to fall. You might as well be Shark Biscuit. Oh, this might help. Oh, get it, pretty pass. Stop as well. Sansar muster up their last a little bit of energy to try to see if they can climb back into this one. Yagmarsuren. They needed that too. St. Pauli in control. Agiman given a lot of space. Can't punish him with the shot. Kicks it out. Giesman hangs on to the Wilson. Back to Agiman. This is the layup as well. So the focus on the end of St. Pauli is not as high as you'd like it to be. And there's another pretty pick and roll play. Sansar and Ulaanbaatar have been linking up like 2 old friends. 16-15. Agiman settles for another 2. But Bekame comes to the rescue, picks up the change. 1:21 left in this one. Yagmarsuren, no one home. So the Germans are tired as well. Altitude really doing work here. Giesman got the chair pulled from underneath him, but still somehow managed to get it up and in. 18-16, a 2-point game. 65 ticks left in this game. Winner goes on, loser goes home. Yagmarsuren, Scope is out of work. 19-16. A quick shot by Sansar goes off the glass, goes in. A miracle for Sansar, who needed just that. The Germans, though, could end things on a long ball. They get it to Giesman. Giesman on his way to the rack with a filthy smash. Oh, Yagmarsuren can't find Sansar, who was open for a 2, but the pass was just off the mark. 29 seconds to go. The Germans at game point. Timeout on the floor. A fresh 12 to work with. St. Pauli, any score will get them a victory. Sansar, they need a stop and they need a bucket, preferably a 2. Here we go. Miles, Bekame, and Giesman. Obviously, they go to Giesman. One-on-one from the post. Giesman ends the game, and St. Pauli are moving on to tomorrow's day of play. Fabian Giesman, too much to handle underneath the basket for the 3 fellas from Sansar who put together a heck of a run in the second part of this game. They made it very competitive. Playing with 3 at this altitude, though, is nothing to snuff at, and St. Pauli, no buckets, take the victory, 21-18.
Sarıcı'nın Bilgiskin, Daragin Nogami Bilgiskin Molfla. Please welcome Team Dusseldorf. Number 3, Niklas Kropp. Number 0, Kane Bryant.
Dusseldorf back out here in need of a victory. They lost, actually. See, I'm mistaken.
Number 9,
They won. They beat Raudondvaris Hoptrans 16-14. And they are looking to get a second victory to pick up the win in Pool B action here. It's Kevin Bryant, Florian Wendler, Niklas Kropp, and Leon Vertigue. Vertigue, who co-led him in scoring with Wendler. 6 points apiece against Raudondvaris in that scrappy victory. They're facing a team that got very, very close to beating Raudondvaris as well. Zavkhan SAINSCORE, it was 19-19 with a second to go when Pauli split the game away. Here we go. Bayar Sakan, Engsakan. Rangarel, but Bayar. Nyamdorje Ulaanbaatar. Engteven, Ulaanbaatar rounds out the squad. They got so close to beating Raudondvaris. It's a scrappy team, the Zavkhan SAINSCORE. Let's see how they hold up against Dusseldorf. All right, 10 minutes for in we go, and this is not win or go home, to be honest with you. It is for Zavkhan, not for Dusseldorf. Oh. 2 balls up, but not in. Nyamdorje tracks it down. Uh-oh, filthy cross. Hesitation after it as well. What a move. Vertigue splash ball from the corner. 2-1 as a result. But Bayar Sakan, Engsakan. Ugh. Vertigue grabs his own rebound. Oh, what a dish. Somehow got that pass through. So Dusseldorf off to the races, a 3-1 lead after 60 seconds. Wendler hands it off. Bryant working behind the screen. Bryant speeds to the rack. No layup on the other end. It's Engteven with the board. Narangarel, 2 ball down. He hit 3 out of his 7 attempts in their first game of the day. And Bayar Narangarel, known by his Korean name, Bae Young. Splash Dat Wilson. We know that. 4-4. Is your score after a minute and a half of play. Engteven bumping, spinning, righty hook, rolls up and in. The crowd is favoring one team and one team only. Zavkhan SAINSCORE for sure. Wendler with a shot from long range. We don't see him do that often. Narangarel asking for a screen. Gives it up. Engteven back to Narangarel, who gets smacked by Kropp. Good defense by the Germans. Then transitions into Bryant on the drive, hangs and hits. So Dusseldorf tie things up at 5 yet again. Narangarel denies the ball screen, is fouled on the play. Uh-oh. Shot's flipped up there by Nyamdorje. Try it again. Nyamdorje catches down there, spins off of Verteeg, no make. This time the rebound ends up with Narangarel, who fades on the shot. Mess is cleared up there by Krop. There's Verteeg, an open look at the basket. Him and Bayarsakhan know each other well from the youth competitions. And again, have made their leaps into this FIBA 3x3 Pro Circuit on the senior end of things. So a 6-5 score here after a little bit over 3 minutes of play. Tavan doing some coaching on the fly. Telling Bayarsakhan how to step before his shot. Not sure if this is the time to be working on those technicalities, but he is telling him what to do. I love a vocal leader in the huddle, that's for sure. So the shot clock is going to get adjusted here. Six on the shot clock. There's 3 left as Verteeg lines one up from the left wing. Narangarel shares with Sandak. No, not Sandak Dorj. I apologize. He played in the last game, Nyamdorje. Wendler, though, putting his team up by 2 points. A screen for Narangarel. He tries to share, but Krop's long arms have been breaking up a lot of these plays. Krop, though, has been able to score a bunch. Very capable scorer, but not very successful so far in this game. High post handoff for Verteeg. He's looking for Wendler. Hangs in the air, finds him with the pass. That Wilson rolls in and out, though. It's a toilet bowl. That's what we call that. Hang Taivon. You know he's going to go to his right hand, but he does get the shot off. Does not go in, though. Verteeg kicks it out. Wendler on the drive now. They share it to Verteeg again, who wants to get a 2. Steps all the way back, but really can't get it to go. Look, that Hang Taivon training's been working off. He told Bayarsakhan how to step into his shot and hits a 2 right away. Seven on the shot clock. Hang Taivon somehow finds himself open after a fake. No connection on the shot. It's Krop with the answer. 1-2, 9-7 Dusseldorf. Hang Taivon. No one close to him, so might as well chuck up a deuce, but wait, a whistle on the play, huh? Not sure who that it's on. Referees are having a bit of a discussion. Was Engtaivan fouled on the play? Well, it's resolved. A fresh 12 to work with for the Mongolians. Narangarel. Uh-oh. Zavkhan is not the team you want to be sticking close with because they have some capable scores now. 10-8. I like the way both these teams play so far. Bryant with the rebound. Gets it to Fertig. Fertig looking to create some space. Nyamdors is in the way. He's got quick hands. 2.3 on the shot clock for the Germans to get up a shot. There's Krop on the move. Float game's on point. Take that to the kiddie pool. Engtaivan and Fertig are having a bit of a physical battle down there. Engtaivan throwing a warning shot there. Making sure that Fertig stays off of him. Engtaivan with the great fake and the great make. Somewhere there's some German shoes on the court. Engtaivan faked him out of it.
6 ball.
And Engtaivan splashing the freebie as well, putting his team within one. The veteran putting in some work. Bryant working on the screen, runs into Engtaivan. And that's got us to our second TV timeout. Both these teams are scrapping and clawing to try to get a win. Minutes on the clock. Zavkhan again. They're in a win-or-go-home situation. Dusseldorf, they already picked up a win. Out there in the rafters is Raudondvaris waiting for the result of this game. Raudondvaris at 2-1 after 2 games. If Zavkhan manages to get a win here, it is going to be a 3-way tie determined by the amount of points scored. So Raudondvaris liking what they're seeing right here. Oh, a snatch back. Big ball. Huge shot there. By Zavkhan, bringing down the house. Uh-oh. An answer for the Germans. Silencing the crowd. Yam Dorje. Nuh-uh. Oh, Bryant is wide open. What a find for Teague. He's got 30-30 vision on that pass. Oh, by Zavkhan taking over the game right now. They are trying to post him up, though. Again, he is challenged a bit on the vertical end. Krop. Bryant and Fertig can't chase it down. Bryant, you didn't see it, but he's okay. So Dusseldorf holding on to a 1-point lead. Bryant needs a seat after that chase down. The Zavkhan fellas are looking very tired as well. They are more used to the altitude here, of course. Zavkhan has gotten loose a little bit here. Take a look. Snap. He's got that snatch back. And he's got the speed to get to the rack as well. I've seen him go off for some explosive games, and it's working so far. some court cleanup being done. We can continue play here, though. Zavkhan flips it into traffic. It's not a great pass. So possession back to the team in green. We're holding on to a 1-point lead for Teague. To Wendler, they look for Bryant underneath. Bryant could have went up with it right away, but somehow tried to get a foul drawn. Wendler cleans up the mess, 15-13. Zavkhan called for a travel. Wendler and Teague link up again. Wendler, no connection on that too. Gets it out to Kropp, who is wide open. Yes, sir, another splash ball for the Germans. That's where they've gotten the majority of their points from. Zavkhan kicks it out. Engtai-Von, they need that one and it doesn't go. Zavkhan, they get their rebound though. Oh, the young fella, 17-15. Zavkhan still in this. 90 ticks left. Pool B action coming to a close with this game. Wendler before the shot clock. That's good, 18-15. A 3-point lead for the Germans. The Mongolians need a win, and they need it very badly. Engtai-Von wide open, no one there. Teague asking for a screen. Actually make that a handoff. Teague on the move. Runs into Engtai-Von but finds Wendler. Too little too late though. That took too long. So Zavkhan get the stop they need. Can they get the bucket they need? A minute and change left in this. Narangadel couldn't get it to go. Oh, the smallest man in the court chases down the board. Zavkhan. Zavkhan looking to work his magic, falling away on the shot. That's a desperation heave. Should have went looking for some teammates there, I think. But anyway, Teague, 40 ticks. Looking to attack Engtai-Von. Teague, midi pull-up. Also missed. So Zavkhan in possession of the Wilson, but it's out of bounds. I think that might be Dusseldorf ball. They call a timeout on the floor. Dusseldorf with 36 now in possession and in control of the game. A score here would help them a lot. They go down to Bryant, who misses the layup, complaining for a foul. Zavkhan need a bucket here. Could be a 1 or a 2. They go to Njamdorj, who gets rejected by Bryant. It's picked up. Narangadel, 18-17, 11 ticks on the clock. Shot clock at 8. With a stop, Zavkhan will get possession back. Teague, the Euro, runs into traffic. A foul's called. So the clock is stopped. 2.5 seconds separate Dusseldorf from coming out of Pool B play 2-0. Teague on the stripe could make it a 2-point game. That leaves Zavkhan a sliver of time. Misses the free throw. Rebound Njamdorj, and it's out of bounds. Who's that out on? We believe the possession is given to Zavkhan, who have 0.6 seconds, so that is almost no time. Their best shooter, Narangarel, lines up on top. There has to be some separation between him and the Czech. It's Krop who's going to defend this with his long arms. Narangarel, a shot to make it into the quarterfinals. But by Narangarel, does he have the touch? Sets up way behind the logo. This is going to be a quick heave, nothing else. 0.6 seconds leaves you no time on the clock. Narangarel steps sideways, launches it up, but it misses. Zavkhan come up short down the stretch, and it's Dusseldorf going 2-0 in Pool B play on day one action here in Sansar. Raudondvaris also a sigh of relief for them as they'll be moving on as a second place out of Pool B as well. A 18-17 victory for Dusseldorf, sealing the deal on Zavkhan SAINSCORE's tournament. They did well, but it wasn't enough. Y'all enjoy the highlights.
Please welcome Team Utrecht.
All righty, another winner go home game. Liman already sealed the deal in Pool C action, beating both Utrecht and Selenge. But it's your Olympian coming out first. Die Mayo van der Horst, the number 2 gold medal winner at the Paris Olympics this year in 3x3. He's joined by Jay Adetunji. Norbert Telissen, who led the squad with 7 points in a 21-16 loss to Liman. And Don van Tilburg rounds out the squad. This is your Team Utrecht again, a run into the semifinals of the Debrecen Masters last week. Now here to claim a ticket to the Abu Dhabi Masters at the end of October.
Bodons sitting Bodons görüşü var.
And they are facing a team that has played 3 games already today. Selenge coming out of the qualifying draw. Led there in scoring by Mongolia, Partizan. Number 1, you can see him coming out. But in their pool play game against Liman, it was tight for a long time. It was Yusuf Mohammed, the number 4, with 10 points and 5 rebounds. They're joined by Batsobu Borgil and Alansak Bazagur. This team looked scrappy in their game against Liman, so let's see how they do against Utrecht. Didn't see much from Partizan in the last match. Again, he scored 19 points in the qualifying draw, only 1 point in their game against Liman. Here we go, second to last 10-minute sprint coming at you from Sukbatar Square. I'm the Mountain, a.k.a. Well, actually, I'm Boss Roosendaal, a.k.a. the Mountain. Don't get that mistaken. Shea Adetunji coming through with a lay to start the game. Using his speed to get by everybody. Utrecht up 1 zip. Interesting to see how Selenge will handle the physicality of the Dutch, especially Di Meo van der Horst, who is a very physical player. Is Mohammed going to the rack? Picking up a foul on the way, shaking his shoulders. The man's living life. An and one option for Yusuf Mohammed with a bump and a bucket. Take a look. A fake. Jumps into Van Tilburg. Flexing them shoulders a little bit. Mohammed drops into freebie as well. First 2 points on the board for Selenge. Shea Adetunji. Help side's being played. Van Tilburg is open. Doesn't want to take the shot, so it's Taylor fading away on a tough make. It sails underneath the basket. Partizan and then travels. Again, this is your leading scorer from the qualifying draw. Haven't seen much of him. Van Tilburg underneath, can't finish the layup. A foul on the play though. Van Tilburg knocks in the free throw. 2-2 the game stands after 60 ticks on the clock. Mohammed looking to work. Bumps but misses this time. Rebound goes to the Dutch. Van Tilburg held up on the play. And Taylor's underneath. Again, a foul on the play. So Selenge starting with some physicality here, but maybe a little bit too much physicality. Norbert Taylor on the stripe. Gets that one to go. Mohamed, a lot of the offense is going to have to come from him. He sidesteps, knocked in a couple of twos in that last game. Actually went 4 of 4 from long range against Liman. Misses his first attempt. There's Dimes undershooting the 2. They go back to Telissen. The Dutch looking to outplay the size matchup here. Feel like they got the advantage on that end. Telissen grabs a rebound. Mohamed fouls, so that's number 5. Does stop the clock, but again, 5 fouls after 2 minutes of play is a bit much. See how that affects the game later on for the Selenge squad. Telissen kicks it out. There is Adetunji. He's a speedy fella. Adetunji to the rack. Easy layup. 4-2. So, Altansak Bazargur ties the game at 4. Mismatch inside, a kick out to Dimes, splash ball, and there's the air guitar. The Olympian gets his team a 2-point lead. Underneath the basket, it's Bazargur yet again. Turnover then as Mohamed snatches that pass out of the air. Mohamed now looking to attack. Loses his own footing. He's on the floor. Shea Adetunji lines up a 2. He gets it back. This time he opts for a drive. Evades all the traffic and the N1 for the young Dutch fella. 6th foul on the Mongolians. A 7-5 lead going into the first TV timeout, and you can take a look at this. There's an Olympic gold medal winner coaching his squad. Mind you, this Utrecht squad is consisting of a lot of young fellas. I know Norbert Telissen was on Team Amsterdam last year, but he was still eligible for the Under-23 World Cup just 2 years ago. Van Tilburg also active in the Nations Leagues in the last few years, as was Shea Adetunji, so they definitely can use Di Meo van der Horst's veteran leadership. Adetunji now knocking in a freebie. Foul on the play right away. Stop the clock, brings in a taller squad yet again. Telissen van Tilburg and Di Meo for the Dutch. It's Purev Suren who now gets rejected. There's a dent in the backboard where Telissen tried to throw that Wilson. Mohamed now called for a foul. That's number 7. So this is where inexperience is starting to count. Mohamed again in his first ever 3x3 tournament. And those team fouls are a problem if you rack them up too fast. 2 free throws for the Dutch now from Tilburg. An opportunity for him to get comfortable at the free throw stripe and for the Dutch to keep things moving here. And it results in a 5-point lead for Utrecht. Borgil on the move. And Selenge just playing one-on-one basketball right now. Utrecht taking advantage through team play, even though this pass is broken up. Another block on the telly of Telissen. Dimes a deep 2-ball and another one. He screams. And you know when he's playing well, he does that. He's an emotional fella. Mohamed stepping all the way back. Off the glass, somehow gets that 2 to go. Selenge needed that one, though. We're looking at a big deficit. It's still not small, but kind of a little bit smaller. Dimes. Saucin. Front rims the 2. So action continues here from the Mongolian capital. This is the second to last game of the day. Pool C action coming to a close with this one. Again, the 15th Challenger event of 2024 here. One of the 2 challengers this year in Mongolia. Ulaanbaatar we already had. Now the Sansar Challenger. We featured 3 of 3x3's top 10 teams in the world. If we draw the line at 11, we actually feature 4. Ulaanbaatar just outside of that top 10. And this new look team Utrecht with an Olympian freshly added to their roster just over 2 weeks ago. Looking to shake things up. And it took a little too long to shake up. So a turnover as a result as we approach the halfway mark. This Selenge squad consisting of local talent, obviously, and Mohamed, an American-born player who was in his first ever 3x3 tournament. There's Tayliss hanging but not hidden. Mohamed broke up the play there. Mohamed now looking to attack. A pass inside. And Utrecht now picks up their 4th foul. Adetunja out of position on that one. It is called a shooting foul. Altansak Bazargur will step up to the stripe. He's a little bit better of a game than he had earlier in the day. Only 1 point in their loss against Liman. Oh, Mohamed, 2 hands for safety. High post action now for Dimes. There's Tayliss wide open for a long roll. But shot doesn't go. And there's Bazargur again, and Selenge, they closed the gap. And a turnover again, so the Mongolians getting closer to this team Utrecht somehow. That pass is broken up. Mohamed asking for a foul there. That some frustration showing on his face. He may argue in his case there, but an offensive foul is given to Utrecht. So Utrecht slowed down a little bit over the last few minutes or so. Selenge taking advantage by getting back in the game. Now, I think the foul's going the other way. 9th foul on the Mongolians. So we haven't seen this today. The next foul will be the double bonus. Once we get there, every defensive foul will count for 2 free throws and possession for the team it's made on. Dimes on his way to the rack, spinning into action, faking, and somehow making off of the glass, 13-9. Mohamed open for 2. You haven't seen him do that much in this game, but it's 13-11 as a result. Dimes now going to the rack. Righty hook as a runner. He's looking to create some physical contact. He knows that 10th foul is on the line. That Borgil ball is still sailing. That might end up in the Parliament building. Timeout called on the floor. 3:33 left in this one. And again, winner will take a place in the quarterfinals. Loser will go home. Winner here will take on Partizan Metaforce tomorrow. Serbians waiting in the rafters to see who they will play. High post action here for the Dutch. Telissen underneath the basket is wide open. Bully ball underneath. Broken up by Telissen. That ball is out of bounds. The shot clock, a wild heave. Dimes back in possession, controlling the speed of the game. A crossover for Dimes. Goes looking for Van Tilborg, who holds on to the Wilson and gets it to Telissen. Telissen can't make the shot. And because that didn't hit the rim, it will be a shot clock violation. Selenge get Mohamed back on the pitch. Bit of a slow burner this game. 3 minutes left to see who will move on to tomorrow's day of action. Mohamed, a sidestep 2, no, but a foul on the play, yes. 2 free throws coming up for Yusuf Mohamed. Mohamed calmly knocks down both free throws, so a 14-13 game. Adetunji on his way to the rack. Lefty layup is good. Utrecht up by 2 yet again. Adetunji's got all the speed in the world. Yusuf Mohamed is cooking. 15-14. Now breaks up a play as well. Gudevseren hits the side of the backboard. Van der Horst screens and now runs into traffic. That is a foul. Number 10 on Selenge. So Dimes knows this. 2 free throws coming up and no rebounding, as the possession will go back to Utrecht after this. And bad news for Selenge as well, as Mohamed needs a break. He's a little tired. This is a stretch of the game where they are going to need his services if they want to get a win here. Dimes, first free throw, cash. Second one, front iron. A 2-point lead remains for Utrecht. Back to Dimes in the post. Looking to work, spins, fades, makes. And then a foul called on the play, and it looks like that might also be on Selenge. Yeah, that's number 11. They're hacking like the dark web out here. Same play. Dimes looking to move some bodies in the post. Steps away with a sky hook, but nothing there. Mohamed contested on that too. There was a large Jordan 5 shoe in the way of that pass. Mohamed broke up the play. A first 12 for Utrecht then. And the Dutch look in control of this game, judging by the score and the fouls. Dimes then speeds to the rack. Puts the score at 18-14. Selenge looks for Mohamed. Looks a little bit out of gas. And again, this is their 4th game of the day. Selenge coming out of the qualifying draw. Started their day at noon. Mohamed. Atu launched, no good. His body's flying. No whistle on the play.
Timeout.
So let me remind you guys to do your homework if you haven't done so. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube as you do. And go to our socials at FIBA 3x3 to make sure you follow all of the action of today. Not just here. There's more tournaments going on. The Women's Series Finals. The Tunji and Telice almost link up. Easy score underneath. Borgil comes up with the bucket there. Telice now lines up a wide open to Norbert. Point number 20 for Utrecht on the board. We're under a minute, but the writing is on the wall unless Selenge can pull out something wild. That shot is wild, but it goes in. 2016. There's Telice, not looking to challenge Mohamed. Flips in the righty hook though, and Telice ends it for Utrecht. They'll be moving on to tomorrow's quarterfinals, and we will see them play Partizan Metaforce. Selenge had a good journey from the qualifying draw. They came up just short in both their games, both against Liman and Utrecht. This one ends 21-16. Y'all enjoy the highlights. So we move into our last 10-minute sprint from Sansar. It's Princeton and Nishinomiya meeting up. Win or go home, as you do. Pool D action coming to a close with this one, as will all of pool play. Princeton coming out with Caruso, Grigsby, Butler, and Nash.
Number 1,
Caruso led him with 8 points in a 21-11 loss.
Number 6,
Ugly loss for Princeton against Ulaanbaatar. Nishinomiya didn't fare much better. 22-10 loss for them. It's Uranishi, Kishikawa, Alex Mitrovic, and Ishiki coming out. Mitrovic had 4 points in a 22-10 defeat. And again, Nishinomiya making it out of the qualifying draw, so they're going to lead to tap into their last bit of energy to possibly get a win here.
이곳 선수진들 득점이 우츠이스키 순위 먹어주게 되는 법도 Princeton Nishinomiya багийн хоцсон Тигский хоёроор гарах чөв тоглолт игдэж байсан боллоо. Тигский нэгээр Монгол улсын Ulaanbaatar сэнерч баг гарч Сансар Challenger багийн шилэг 8 шалгарсан байгаа.
Here we go. One more 10-minute sprint. We start off with Grigsby in the post. Nothing there for him. There's Butler. Butler didn't have a great game. And with not a great game, I mean a very forgettable game. Only 2 points. 0 of 4 from long range in that loss against Ulaanbaatar. Was more lopsided than I thought it would be. Princeton usually a very competitive squad. Just kind of laid an egg in that one. They're going to look to recover from that against this Nishinomiya squad that played offense but no defense in their loss against Ulaanbaatar. That game was over quicker than I ever thought a game could be over. And actually, no, I've seen some quicker games. But it was over very quickly. Caruso underneath the basket. And this is what I'm talking about. No one is getting in his way when he's trying to get to the cup. Nishinomiya not playing a lot of defense. They're going to look to try to make this a shootout, I think. Mitrovic shares a Wilson. It's broken up. Shiki lost that. And there is Butler knocking down a 2. Just what the doctor ordered. Ishiki sharing. And Kishikawa speeding to the rack. Princeton already up 4-2. They got the size advantage and the shooting advantage so far. Uranishi steps into a 2 ball. That is no good. Butler out to Caruso. Caruso with 2 hands. To Ishiki. Ishiki, a fader. But I don't want that type of fade when I go to the barbershop anyway. Grigsby. Righty hook. And Princeton up 6-2. And there's Mitrovic. Pick and roll action is working so far. Caruso left wide open. And he's actually the main shooter now for this Princeton squad, with Huffman not being a part of the team here. 3 of 6 from long range. He went in their last game. They leave him open, and it's an 8-3 lead for Princeton as a result. Make that a 10-3 lead. You can hear them calling, take a foul, and that's exactly what Grigsby did. Stop the clock. And a TV timeout to get a breather. Look at the body work. Grigsby started things off with a righty hook. And it was Caruso showing out the guns. Grigsby actually got involved in the long-range shooting as well. Here we go again. Kishikawa on the move. Screening action for the Japanese. Ishiki trying to create something one-on-one. Good defense by Butler. They swing it around. Nash has got the size advantage. Doesn't want to take it into post. Butler doesn't want to shoot either. They all run into traffic. It ends up being Grigsby lunging up a 2. Nash with the board. Butler this time. Grigsby. A righty hook. Nuh-uh. Now it's Nash. And finally a bucket at the end of that. Ishiki tries to do something back. Grigsby with the Euro step is broken up, so it's going to be a travel as a result. Good hands. Oh, here we go. Uranishi can't get the shot to go. So this game it's gotten out of hand quick. We've been at it for 4 minutes, but Princeton's got a 9-point lead. There's Butler off the glass. That pass was controlled somehow. Kishikawa now speeding to the rack, gets there first, but does not drop into Wilson. So Japanese now expend a foul. They don't like that matchup with Kishikawa and Grigsby in the post. Butler 1 foot step back splash. A work of art for Austin Butler. And his team's got a huge lead in this one. The Japanese turn it over yet again. Nishinomiya not really putting up a fight in this contest. Can't stick with the Americans on offense and definitely cannot stick on defense as they're not playing any of that. That shot is missed as well. The size of Princeton, a big problem here for the Japanese. Caruso. They need to take a deep shot, but Butler gets it to go. The Enlio logo. 18-14. Japanese keep struggling on offense. Princeton, they're going to want to end this quickly. Put them out of their misery. Caruso up and off the glass. No, Grigsby cleans up the change there. Defense by Mitrovic. Grigsby then scores underneath. So we've got our second TV timeout. Princeton looking to end this thing and end this thing very quickly. Scores 20-4. A 1-point shot will put this one to bed. Ramishi, Sharon, Ishiki scoring 20-5. It's Caruso. They go looking for a backdoor cut. Butler in the receiving end, and that will end things. I don't know if we should be calling that a dunk, but his fingertips might have grazed the rim, and Princeton pick up a 21-5 victory over Nishinomiya to move on to day 2's action. We'll be seeing them in the quarterfinals tomorrow. So our quarterfinals are set. After that, we started pool play at noon today. And we are about done. Y'all enjoy one last round of highlights.
Just two for them. I don't know if I can reach.